Don't do it. Don't do it. That last Wallbanks tab, not worth it. Not worth. Abort. Abort mission. Good job on getting rid of all your augment runes though, Loot Fever. Well done. Congratulations. Welcome in, boys and girls. Good morning, good morning. It's reset day. We have a vault to check out. We have a couple of delves possibly to blast through first thing. I have no space. Yeah, you and me both. But I even I can't stomach that last 2.5 mil bank tab. That's outrageous. When you convert that to tokens, when you convert that to game time, when you realise you're looking at the best part of a year's worth of game time with that amount of gold, you start to question, do I really need that extra few slots? But yes, I get it. I get it. Why does my game not have any sound? Oh, it does have sound. Okay, weird. Odd. Except you. What week is it this week? What's going on? What's occurring? Battlegrounds? Is that it? Bonus event Battlegrounds? Well, that's a dead week then, isn't it? Dead week. Win 4 Battleground matches? Yeah, probably not. Call of the World Soul. Delves, because we're going to bang some delves out anyway.
Your aid brings hope to us all.
What about a 6th tab for Gold Cap? You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, the Hoarder tendencies kick in hard. Oh, you're consolidating all your crafting mats across factions and realms. You do know that's what the war bank is for, Chalida, right? You do know that's what the war bank is for. Literally slam everything in there and job done. Or at least that's how I've been using it. Up until this date, anyway. We just throw everything in here and then deal with never having enough storage space. There is the problem, though, that this can realistically only store, like, this expansion's worth of stuff. And I don't even think this is a lot of stuff. This is just odds and ends from, like, the odd crafting sessions and whatever.
My directive has been...
Should we see what's in the vault, though? What do we need? Let's first contemplate what it is we need. I would really like a neck or a cape. Neck or back. Something to upgrade these champion pieces up to hero tier, hero track. It's only half spark week this week, meaning any gilded crests I get this week is probably going to go into upgrading this tier set to like 6 of 6. But A or B, I'd be happy with either, realistically. Probably happy with either. We should also maybe consider doing our delve. Okay, none of the above. We got non-tier chest, Mog in other words. We got Blastmaster 3000 trinket. Launch a random number of deadly grenades at your enemies, dealing a bunch of damage split between nearby enemies caught in the blast. And we got non-tier gloves that we've already collected. Wow, that's a dead vault. Dead vault. Actual dead level vault. Unless that trinket just happens to be BIS for some reason, but I really don't think it is. I hate trinkets in this game. I tend to feel I have a reasonable grasp of what's good and what's not on nearly everything but trinkets. Trinkets are just like, what? Blast Master, as suspected, is literally F tier trinket. Actual dog shit level doo-doo trinket. So, dead vault. Actual dead vault. Well, I guess it's tokens of merit then. Grats on the socket. Yeah, that's how it goes. Socket week, apparently. I'm still sitting on a guild bank, tabs full, with transmog back from the Warlord's scrapyard. Just collects. Never have the time to get rid of stuff. Yeah, hoarding is definitely a goblin trait. I understand that for sure. Well, that's really sad, Vault. Real sad. Big sad. I guess I've been lucky in past weeks, so I can't complain too much. Tokens of merit. Yoink.
I have an extended supply of goods.
What's an SAD? This is the socket item. The irony is, a single socket is worth so little to me that I'm half tempted, you know, to not spend them yet and potentially save them up. Is there a limit to how many of these you can have? 12. Huh. I'm just thinking that when they remove the cap on gear, 45 runed undermine crests can be converted into 15 gilded. Now 15 gilded is an upgrade to a piece of gear that is probably worth more to me long term than a socket. Helms, braces, or belt? Helm, braces, belt. So there's room for up to 3 sockets on my gear. Socket the wrist, that socket won't be lost until next season. I'm not sure if you're going to refarm up some gear with the mid-season boost. Well, yeah, anything that's at 675 crafted is an absolute guaranteed not going anywhere. So maybe putting the socket on the braces. Or do I just want 15 additional gilded crests? Yeah, let's just put a socket on there.
My thanks for your people.
It really is sad. It doesn't lie, does it? What does SAD even stand for? Socket adding device. Okay, there we go. Socket adding device. On you go. Now we need to whack a gem in there. Whack a gem in there. Huh. Missed a socket in this thing. Whoops. What have I been using so far? I've been using crit and haste gems. What are those? Quick rubies. Let's make another quick ruby. Do I have one to hand? There we go. Well, I got 2. There we go. Gearing for the week. Done. Lol. Right, let's check with the runed or the crest situation real fast.
Honored to meet you.
Because we should be able to convert up. Buy some of these out. Makes it quicker and easier.
Fair skies and strong winds. What brings you here?
Oh, okay.
Farewell.
Still don't technically have enough. Okay, we'll get some runed undermine crests today, which we can convert into gilded. We'll do our 11s quickly, or I'll do an 11 quickly. I don't have any keys to open a box even. I feel weird going and doing an 11 without opening a box. Let's go do the machine real fast. The machine! It's a quick, easy key. Quick, easy key. Where are our delves today? Pit, Mycomancer Cavern, Sinkhole. Wait, that's only 3. Wait, what? Oh, there'll be... okay, then that means Side Street Sluice is also one. Right, whilst we fly down there, let me open this account. This is the bank account. Double check the auction house real fast. Yeah, when's that boost thing start? And what are the logistics of that boost thing? When does this boost thing begin? Turbo boost. Oh, it doesn't start for 2 weeks. Season 2 turbo boost. Season 2 turbo boost launches May 13th. Extended myth tracks, higher item level crafted gear. Both hero and myth tracks will extend up to 8 from 6 where they are now. The dinars thing, which are poo. Crafted gear gets 6 additional item levels and the crest cap is removed. Delve improvements. What does delve improvements consist of? Get a leg up on adventure with a boost to Brand's experience, Delver's journey progress, and improvements to rewards from the Delver's bounty. Delver's journey progress earned per week is significantly increased. You'll earn more crests, valor stones, and an increase to repeatable earnable crests across Delve tiers. So maybe they just make it easier to get crests once they also simultaneously lift the cap, right? Recipes crafted with a spark of fortune can be recrafted with an augmentation matrix, empowering them up by 6 additional levels. The augmentation matrices can be purchased from any enchanting supplies vendor. Time will tell how much they are. Okay. We will see. Let's get all of the undercuts off. My guess is 90 gilded crests. We'll see. I don't think it makes a huge difference. It'll just be, at that point, it'll just be min-maxing my gear, which I'm very quickly and very likely to just not bother with. Wow, what have these gone down to? What's the min price on these right now? Clearly lower than what I'm willing to list it for. So back up it goes to big numbers. I'm somewhat unwilling to give those things away for free. Right, let's get this a little mini event done nice and fast. It's a free key.
That works. Time to fix things.
The whole boost looks not so worth if you're not progressing myth. Yeah, the whole thing feels a bit weird. Feels a touch odd. Blizzard seems to go through these phases where they seem to have a phase for a little while where they're all about the player base and they try and treat everybody as well as they can and they try and garner as many, you know, brownie points as they possibly can. And then they go through these phases that last a roughly equal amount of time where they seem to just try and fuck everybody. Where they try and implement things with more Blizzard butts than Blizzard bonuses. And it's like, people can see what you're doing, Blizzard. Like, players are not stupid to the game. Got to create some problems before they can be solved. That's almost as ridiculous of a statement as that is. That almost feels what it's like. And we seem to be in one of the sort of Blizzard doing what Blizzard wants stages right now, rather than what the player base wants. Now, it's obviously dangerous doing everything your customer base wants, but at the end of the day, they are your customer base. And the best way to grow your customer base is to do what your customers are looking for, is to provide something that your customers are looking for. And engagement bait game modes that are buggy as all fuck, time gating, really odd catch-up bad luck protection systems being launched mid-tier that are nothing like what players were expecting. It's kind of all... It's the arrogancy. It's the arrogancy that Blizzard have, and they've had it for years, of that we know better. We know better. You don't know what you actually want. And they get called out on it too often these days, because they have to backtrack. It's very strange. Can't wait for a metric on how many people unsub for the boost in our time. The only reason I think Blizzard gets away with this as much as they do is because there's such a strong core audience to this game that you could literally serve them a plate of shit and they'll still play it. Now, I know it's probably quite easy to categorize me in that group of people, but I'm not your average player. But the core audience of people that do just play this game every single day and have never really got any intention of playing any other game, or never really any intention of not playing this game, they just kind of like take what they're given. Are the ones that Blizzard feels more than comfortable abusing day in, day out. But then they'll go a few months, you know, they'll go, and it's often expansion launches. Blizzard garnishes all of this goodwill during an expansion launch most of the time, with huge increasing sub counts. You know, the general player base is like, wow, this is all really cool. Sure, there's a few bugs and stuff, whatever, at expansion launch, but they garnish all of this good faith during an expansion launch. And then throughout the rest of the expansion, they slowly chip away at all that good faith by just fucking people. It's so weird to see a company do it. I mean, I've coined the phrase the Blizzard butt for a reason. Like, whenever Blizzard responds to something, oh, we're going to do this, you know, we're going to give you this, but in giving you this, you must also do X, Y, and Z. It's kind of like, it's like an American care package. Comes with more complications than it's sometimes worth. Sorry, Team America, but it's true. I'll stay subbed, but I won't participate in that slop, yet goal making never really stops and gives me time to catch up on other things. Yeah, this Nightfall event, for example, I completely sacked it off. There's like, this whole patch, there was 3 headline features of this patch. Deadly Duos, the Nightfall scenario, and of course the Heroic Visions. So 3 key headline features to the patch. You could argue this like month-long leveling thing is also a headline feature, but it's kind of a, you know, it's a bit of a side hustle, even in a side hustle patch. To decide to not actually launch all of the patch in one go in the first place, in terms of they're only going to give us one of the 3 headline features to begin with and make us wait for the other 2, to then launch the one and only headline feature of the patch and have it fundamentally not work, how is that acceptable? Like, in any way, shape or form, you've given us 1/3 of the content that you said you're going to give us in the patch, and the third you gave us was busted. Totally busted. Like, to an unplayable level broken. Now, we somewhat expect a bit of lag and whatever, but it wasn't just a lag issue this time. It was fundamentally broken. Like, does not work level broken. And even if it is to work, it's like F tier content in the first place. And that's the thing they chose to give us first. And that's the thing they, you know, was the most ready for patch launch day sort of thing. It's wild they get away with it. Did the Nightfall thing a couple of times, it wasn't that bad, but nothing really I want to do day in, day out. Yeah, well, this is it. It was like F tier content in the first place. It's literally engagement content to begin with. And yet they still can't get it right. Probably visions are broken too. That's why the delay on it. I think it's 50-50. Oh, well, hang on. It was like an 8. We're not doing 8s. I think it's 50-50. I think that, you know, partly I feel that it was probably delayed because it's not finished. But I also think it's sort of fits their narrative of that they want to release something every once in a while. I also realise I need one of the wave shreddery doodah things. One of those. Did you get the weekly from Bran in Donegal? I don't know. What's the weekly from Bran? Oh, was it Comp Stomp? That was Comp Stomp week. Well, that's an easy way to grind out some Conquest. It would be silly if both the Nightfall and the Visions were broken, hence the delay. Yeah, I'm not sure. There's a do 3 delves weekly. Oh, it's fine. That'll be retroactive anyway. Right, let's get in here. Let's blast this out real fast. Must remember that death is possible. So maybe we actually take that dude out. Oh my god, he can actually kill my pets as well. Yeah, sorry, I've started today's stream on a bit of a downer, haven't I? Ranthius has come out way too early today. That was not intended. I don't know what triggered that. I'm still pre-coffee. That's probably half... Well, that'll be the excuse I use anyway. But today, I want to fundamentally get the basic weekly stuff out of the way. But then it's on to Operation Level Up a shitload of characters. I spent a bit of time yesterday not only leveling a team, but also sort of putting a bit of process to the madness. I've decided how I'm going to go about dealing with which characters go on what realms and stuff. I've found a list of all of the different realms and all of the different connected realms, and I'm going to systematically just level a character on every one of the available EU realms, which is 97 realms, I think. This is for 2 purposes. One, it's going to add loads of level 70s to the mix for farming Mechanicas and help me spread them all out so that I can realm hop and get the rares killed nice and fast every day. But secondly, it will set me up nicely for cross-realm trading in any way, shape or form. Not that I do a huge amount of it, but there is, without question, going to be periods of downtime where I might get bored and might do some of it. Having characters on all of the different realms to be able to quickly go grab deals and stuff is also handy. So, and if I've got the tunes already, I then stop having much of an excuse to not do it. So we got to get back up to 100 mil before we get into midnight, really, don't we? Before player housing comes and absolutely ruins my bank account, I need to make sure it's nicely padded. That's the smart move, I think. Big fat nothing from the vault. All I need is a cloak on the hero track. You're in the same boat as me. I need a cloak and I need a neck, and I also got big fat nothing. I actually took the tokens of merit today. Welcome in though, Lady Daisy. Good morning. Tokens of merit through a socket on my braces. Called it a day.
Give me a moment, champion. Get out of the way!
Gonna hope for drops in tomorrow's raid. I mean, that is the better plan of action. I wish you the best of luck with that one. What's the quickest way for leveling right now? I have a ton of crossover ults that are all level 1 that need leveling. Have 0 Vavavoom to get them started right now. Well, individually, time, like if they're a class that can tank or heal, whenever time walking dungeons are up, that's very simplistic because it's just do time walking dungeons. You usually get a level and a half, maybe more per time walking dungeon, so you can absolutely blast those. I leveled from 1 to 70 in about 3.5, 4 hours the other day on my Demon Hunter, just doing the storyline in Dragonflight. Literally nothing overly fancy. I loaded up Zygor, auto quest accept, auto quest hand in, and just absolutely pumped Dragonflight. Story mode only. Got my Demon Hunter up to 70 remarkably quickly. The reality is if you do something a little bit spicier, you can probably cut that leveling time down quite much. But then it's like, go to this zone and do these quests, and then go to that zone and do those quests. You know, you need a bit of a path. A bit of a path that I don't actually know. The difference for me is I'm boosting 4 of my own accounts with a 5th account. So I can't easily recommend that to people because I'm quite sure most people don't have all of their characters or the desire to have all of their characters quite so spread out on so many different realms. Or accounts even, sorry. But it's getting me a level 70 on average every half an hour. Because I'm doing 4 at once and it takes me about 2 hours. Start to finish. That said, I have no idea what the optimal is to get them all to 80 right now. 70 to 80 is probably time walking dungeons, to be fair. Once again, when time walking dungeons are up, they can be pumped so hard, time walking dungeons, that they end up being very efficient if you can get insta queues. If your DPS rolls though, not so much. You probably want to do some questing in between. Oh, this is the gem hoarder dude. He's what we need to kill. 3 of. I need to go get my coffee. Oh, gotta remember that my pet can actually die in here. Throw the odd men pet out there, just to be safe. In case Brand stops doing Brand things like he so frequently does. As healers go, Bran is about as useful as a feral druid. Has the ability to do the job, but is seemingly reluctant to. Bran sucks. It's yeah, I don't really feel that there's been particularly any value in leveling Bran up whatsoever, which is kind of amusing. He's like level 71, 72 or something now. He doesn't feel any more useful than he was at level 30. Which I just find like, okay, sure. Tell me again why we didn't get a new character to play with this season. I actually swear Bran is getting worse from week to week. It wouldn't surprise me if his scaling is backwards or something. Some donut boy at Blizzard's probably coded it upside down. Right, is this a relatively safe spot for me to go get my coffee? Because I clearly need it. It was all nice and sunny outside yesterday, and now it's raining. And it's the 1st of May tomorrow, and I want the sun to be out tomorrow. So I'm going to spend tomorrow in a park getting drunk, like a teenager. Don't want no rain.
They'll never be using that move.
DPS Bran creates no aggro anymore. Healer Bran does no damage, and Tank Bran is just a, just a dumb cunt. Sounded like Goldson.
Fantastic.
Right, Gem Hoarder, you lot, and why the hell not? Oh, that's going to stink if we stand in that. Right, this is the last Gem Hoarder. We got half of you dead, just passively. Is it just boss time now? Boss time, maybe a little bit more trash. Boss time, a little bit more trash. Yeah, I've never actually bothered using Tank Bran. Playing from primarily Beastmaster Hunter doesn't give me much reason to use Tank Bran, because I have a pet that arguably does a better job. And because I wouldn't be able to tunnel heals into him anyway, his damage wouldn't scale, and so it'd be pretty useless to me. Can we sneaky past you? Coming through. No, no sneaky sneakies. I've done goofed. He's only for healers. Yeah, I think there was a lot of appeal to try and use him at the beginning of the season, because, oh, he can tank for me now. But yeah, unless you are a healer that's tunneling heals into him, he's just a wet fish. From what I've seen, at least. Can't quite figure out why. Sometimes when I blow all cooldowns, I get like a 3.5 mil sustained DPS. And then sometimes I blow all cooldowns and I struggle to hit 2 mil. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. The numbers are getting a bit silly though, aren't they? Do you think we're in for another stat squish in midnight? They haven't sort of officially said that we're due a stat squish, but I can't imagine we can go another expansion without one. We're going to be pushing. I mean,
I know just how to deal with
we're pushing 700 item level just this tier. By the end of the expansion, we're going to be flipping 750, 800 item level. We can't possibly have another expansion of gear on top of that, can we? Bouncer? Was that a pet? Did we get pet?
nice find.
Oh, I didn't use my wave thingy. Oh, flipping out. I was far too on autopilot. Oh, I'm going to have to do another delve then. Damn. Well, I guess the pet made up for it. Who do we get? Bouncer? I think I've had one of you before, but I think I sold you. Oh, he's literally worth 21 gold now. Lol. Okay. They kind of have to. I think Metzen hinted towards it at either BlizzCon or in an interview. I mean, it's got to happen, really, doesn't it? I run 11s with Bran as tank on my priest because it's relatively low effort, albeit slow, even after the. Yeah, I mean, if you're on a priest and you heal day to day, it makes sense. A quick word for quick word for Team YouTube today, by the way. My little piece of software that I use to monitor both chats at the same time seems to not want to do YouTube today for some reason, so I'm going to be a little bit slower to spotting the YouTube chats because it's on my screen, but it's on my other screen that's not necessarily in my line of sight. So I apologise if I'm a bit slower today on YouTube chat. And do I use a World Quest add-on? Well, you can use what's called World Quest Tracker. That's quite handy, but I also predominantly rely on Zygor for my World Quests. Because Zygor can also, I can just tick which ones I want to do, and then it just shows me what to do. For example, if I'm in the Undermine and want to do all the Undermine ones, I can just go start queue, boom, and it just does a Zygor guide for me, which is wonderful for doing world quests, and actually one of the more frequent uses of this for me. But hashtag ad, because I am affiliated with Zygor, just, you know, for disclaimer reasons.
That's more like
20% off with code Manthe. I also have a sneaky suspicion that Zygor are about to launch a 6-month subscription instead of a monthly subscription. I don't know the logistics of it. Right. I guess I'm going to need to do another delve then. Should we... Considering side street sluice is one, and I weirdly don't mind that delve, how about we go down to the Undermine? Wait, hang on, what's this up here? Pick up this quest
wherever the action.
to complete 3.
Let's go.
Oh, this isn't retroactive. Okay. Sometimes they're clever and they're retroactive, that if you've completed one already, well, okay, well, sure.
I am listening. A sharp fella. Good luck, friend. A lamplighter
Let's
brings
do
hope.
you.
Can
So
you
that gives
feel
me a
it?
pinnacle cache, which is worth another key.
With hope. You've done well, my friend.
Let me go grab whatever the stuff is down here, and probably do the delve down here as well. Bagok.
hotels are always hiring temp workers to pick up odd jobs.
I didn't quite hit Exalted, did I? So we're going to have to take the Venture Company again this week.
Yeah? Keep cool out there.
As that will push us to Exalted. And for the purpose of killing Scrapture a million times, it's worth.
Won't find better.
Grab you, grab you, grab you. Let's grab a checklist. I've got 319 check cards, 439 total check cards. That's 10 additional checklists. Oh, Dark Moon kicks off again on Sunday, doesn't it? Side Street Sluice is on the list. It's handy. Dumpsters, Races, Rares, Side Street. Well, we'll do Dumpsters, we'll do Rares, and we'll do Side Street. Jobs are good. Right, bang this out on an 11. Is Bran still 70? Oh, he's 72 now. He might hit 73 in this one.
Smell that? It's treasure. I know it. We're close.
A boop bopper.
Help's a coming.
Oh, Bran. Hello.
Hang in there.
Hello, Bran. Let my pet die. Thanks for that, Bran. Genius. This. This is going horrendously well. Pops my turtle within the first 10 seconds of the delve. Just what we want. Well, we didn't die, but that wasn't smooth. Could definitely have been smoother. Oh my god. Turns out I go off for a minute. I don't really need it right now. Oh, that starts to sting. That stings. You're rare. Don't mind killing the rares. Let's grab something else at the same time. Can't be killing one thing at once.
You won't hit us with that one.
If in doubt, pull more. What could go wrong? I have no cooldowns. That's what could go wrong. Pet could die. That's what could go wrong. I could actually die. That's what could go wrong.
I know you can do better than that.
That's the first time I've died in a delve for a while. That's what overpulling does. Impatience, I guess. I weirdly don't ever use the teleporters in this one. I just walk through it. I just realised I've never bothered to use the teleporters here. Because the teleporters throw me off my path, I then don't know where I am. I lose my bearings. Let's just pull this one dude for now then. Gain a shield when you drop below 50% health. Irony being, I could have done with that about a minute ago. It's all good. Where are you dropping these potions, Bran? Seem to drop them in odd places. I'm having real problems today, aren't I? I think today might be one of those days where shit just doesn't go my way. I don't need that on a Wednesday. We need nothing but positive vibes on a Wednesday. Ranthius came out early. I'm dying in delves. I get nothing in my vault. Oh boy. It's going to be one of them Wednesdays. She's going to be a beast. We haven't even got to the rare killing part of the day. Although, with a couple of teams now, what I can start to do is try and weave them in. I think I might make 5 or 6 teams of new teams of level 70s. And then I will like 50-50 them. So I'll take 2 of every new team who are on different realms and swap them out with 2 from my own teams who are all on the same server. That will mean that I can then hopefully at least do a little bit more realm hopping, have a few more options. What I want to try and do eventually, the ultimate goal here, is to have 4 characters on 4 totally separate realms. Now, I don't know how feasible that is to maintain, but 4 characters on 4 different realms, that should mean we can basically log on, kill a rare, ungroup, it spawn on another realm, kill it, like, you know, we should be able to bang out each team in like 5 minutes, not 15 minutes, not 20 minutes. That is the dream. Hard to maintain positive vibes on a Wednesday when you have Vault. Well, if it goes your way, I've been clearly quite lucky with my Vault in the last few weeks though, so I shouldn't, you know, you got to take the rough with the smooth.
That's more like it.
I need a good spot to summon the big dude to get my map. And I need to do it soon enough so I have my cooldowns back up for the boss. I'm weirdly thinking I might just do it up here. It's a bit dangerous with this in the way, but YOLO.
Who are you? What are you
Who
doing
are
on
you?
my property? Surprise! Now get out. Give me back me hat.
Oh, he one-shots my pet still, which is kind of annoying. Can't help but feel I'm a bit too close to these. I don't like it.
Oh, Bran's got your back. Hang in there.
Oh my god.
Look around. There's treasure here.
It's not going to plan today. Nothing is working as expected. You've killed my pet again. Literally as I ran over the potion.
People always messing around on my perfectly legal deeded land.
Right, screw off. Screw off! Give me your map. Okay. Smooth! Actually smooth. Love that. Right. There's me map. My one extra chance at a decent piece of gear this week. A neck or a cape.
Fantastic.
Right, just boss boy to kill then. Boss boy to nuke. Right, let's go, gadget, go.
They'll never be using that move.
Running out of floor space. I'm trying to be careful with my floor space. Need more dots. Why is Bran on permanent 1 HP? I don't get it. Have I missed a trick here or something? Entirely possible, but... Down he goes. Down he goes. Brad's on strike.
And now I'm making progress.
A rat fang toxin trinket. Flipping hell. Oh! I mean, he's got leech on him. He's got leech on him. But I don't think that's better than what we got. Pretty convinced that's yet more Stinkysaurus. Yeah, we've had a D tier and an F tier trinket today. Gotta love that shit. Gotta love that shit. Okay, we got Gilded Crests though. 29. 29? Oh boy, oh boy. One away from one away from a second upgrade. Right, how do we piece out of here? Where's your rope? No, we don't need a rope, okay. Okay, 2 down. Technically I need to do a third for the 11 for the Gilded Crests. Then we'll be able to get 2 upgrades done, minimum. We can also now convert some runed Undermine crests into Gilded as well. So that will be 3 or 4 upgrades we can do if we do 1 more delve. Let's do 1 more 11. Which one should we pick? Which one's the least gross? Mycomancer Cavern or the Sinkhole? Isn't the Sinkhole water, which is big stink? Maybe we go Mycomancer Cavern. And then at least that's our 11s for the week done. Let's grab our side quests real quick as well.
What's cooking? A potion a day. Always read the labels.
Which side you
Get those
on?
done in a little bit.
Get it done.
Interesting. Stirring things up.
We'll go do this one. So let's head up to Hallowfall area. Ish. Not gonna bother. The event's probably halfway through, isn't it, right now? Is Comp Stomp thing possible to do in groups? Could that be a good way to get XP for boosting alts? I don't think there's much experience to be had in Comp Stomp, really. It's mostly for like just free honor and what are they called? The Marks of Honor tokens, which I always need more of because I don't do any PvP and I always need them from time to time to buy PvP recipes or stuff, which does mean it might not be a terrible idea to do some Comp Stomp this week, maybe. Is it more scaled so it's not broken now? Is it actually just a stomp now? 300 honor, 48 conquest for winning a glorious box. Should we just queue for one, see what happens? I've not done it for ages. Earlier in the expansion, it wasn't really a stomp. The NPCs were too tough. The irony. I also would have assumed it's a near instant queue. 86-second average wait time. It's a very precise average. It was stomp. Yeah, you would just get stomped, yeah. I don't know, could be good for experience. Not sure. I'm pretty sure if you start 5-boxing it, though, you're going to encounter some unfriendly fellows telling you you're an asshole. Because as we know, the world does not particularly like people who multi-box. You'll almost instantly get half your account kicked, so... Is it... Oh, okay. I'll check in a minute. Sure. Comstomp's not solo. It's PvP, but with NPCs. Follow also no longer works in PvP either, so overall PvP and multi-boxing is a no-no on just many fronts. Yeah. Yeah, not really a thing anymore. It was far too OP when it was a thing. Player versus NPC, yeah. Also known as PvE. PvE, PvP. I equally don't really know what the crack is with this. We just go claim the things. Do we all just go claim the things and then win? Let's go lumber mill. Genuinely probably the first battleground I've been in like 2 expansions. From what I've experienced here, the trick is seeming to fight randomly on the roads between the objectives. Okay, they get pretty stomped. It does seem to be relatively true to its name then. We farm them. Then we graveyard kill them. LOL. Okay. What's the win condition here? Is there any? The win condition is get the points to the top of the tree. Okay, it's definitely more stomp. It's definitely quite stomp worthy right now. Ta-da! A Mark of Honor, a Glorious Contenders Strongbox, and Artisans Consortium Pamphlet, whatever the hell this does. Those Marks of Honor, if nothing else, is the reason why I might do a bit of this. Another Mark of Honor. Mark of Honor from the box as well. Yeah, there's hundreds of millions of Mog reasons to get Marks of Honor. Do another one quickly, just for science. Seems 50% of the time is running to the end, and then 50% of the time just nuking things down, and then you win. The NPCs were a bit stronger than previous, but still 5 cap easily enough, but amazing source for tokens for PvP mogs. Use the Vicious Honor Flasks to buy the Vicious Bloodstones to sell. Yeah, there's a couple of recipes I need. The Bloodstones can be sold for, what are they worth, like 6, 7k right now? I literally think I sold one yesterday. Vicious Bloodstone. Oh, bonus check card, don't mind if I do. Yeah, Vicious Bloodstones are still 6k a piece. That said, they might come down this week with Comp Stomp being on, as more people will think the same. I do still need the Enduring Bloodstone recipe and the Cognitive Bloodstone recipe. These are ones that I have not bothered to buy. Mostly because I don't really need them and they're expensive. Five more Marks of Honor, a bunch more Conquest, and a bunch more Honor as well. If we go turn that in a minute as well. Oh, hello. This one's already on. This one's a go-go. This one's a go-go. I didn't even realise. I was late to the party. Right, screw Lumber Mill. We're just going to storm straight to the end and kill things. No wait time at all, and the gate's just right open. I don't know how we got into this one so quick, but I'll take it. Welcome in, Chris. Good morning. Good morning, good mornings. No, you're alright, mate. See you later. Lol. This is quite funny. Why is the garage door opening? Where's the wife off to? What's she doing? We went to the store yesterday. Let me guess, farming the PvP bloodstones. Testing it out. I've not done comp stomp so far this expansion. People said at the beginning of the expansion it was more like you get stomped because the balance was completely off. But this time it's definitely stomp worthy. It's definitely an NPC farm. Plus, there's always uses for marks of honor. Ta-da! Right. Anyway, we need to do this on 11. Let's keep things in order. The wife's off on an adventure. Right, what's this one? Speak with Chef Dudar.
The shadows contain many terrors. My store, only a few.
Crates of mussels underwater. Yeah, Comp Stomp is an essence in the game so that people that don't do PvP have an opportunity to get some PvP related stuff. So it's an absolute clown fiesta. You basically don't ever lose and it's super quick. But it gets you some honor, it gets you some conquest, it gets you some marks of honor. What you choose to do with all of that is kind of up to you. Sacks of spices. Where's a sack of spices then? Yoink. you fight bots. Yeah, they're NPC characters. They're not. That's the kind of the point, that you should just be able to blast it. It's not other. It's not. You're not fighting against other players. It's PvP, but it's not PvP. It's about as PvP as if you're really, really, really bad at Fortnite. And you just get in a full lobby with full bots. How do I get here without causing severe problems to my health? Like such.
That's more like it.
Yoink. How many is that? 4, 5. Where's the last two then? By the way, the spores are damaging enemies again. Oh, are they? No path for my pet? Oh, flipping hell. What are you doing over there, fellas? Dumbasses. They expect me to damage things, do you? I don't have that many buttons to press. Let's see then, if we stand here. Yeah, Bloodstones are like 6k a piece right now. I expect them to get quite cheap this week with Comp Stomp being on. Because they are now basically infinitely farmable without really doing any PvP. Oops. Lol. Yeah, they do blow up like a good portion of the Okay, that's fun. Oh, missed. Just sack that off, actually. We don't need that really, do we? Wait, these came back to life. Sons of bitches. That's not meant to be how that works. Investing in this week, sell later next. Absolutely no idea. I do not pay anywhere near enough attention to the going price of Bloodstones to know what the pattern is. Very quick napkin math logic tells me that they'll get cheap this week because they can be farmed in Comp Stomp. But what what the market trend of them tends to be on average is not going to be my expertise. Do some research, I'd say, first. Yeah, where's Wu when you need him? I'd recommend doing a little bit of research first before you consider doing anything like that, because I'm not sure what the market swings are in the PvP world, honestly. The logic is sound, but I don't know if it actually works in reality, you know?
Hang in there.
Analysis incoming, 1 second. There he is. There he is.
Fantastic. Smell that? It's treasure. I know it. We're close.
Should we go down this way? Should we go down this way? Is this going to spawn something? Oh, it is.
Well,
Shit.
hit us with that one.
That's a big old pumpkin. Does that count as 2? I bet it doesn't, does it? I've missed a pumpkin somewhere as well. Oh, I've missed one way back at the... Flipping hell. Was not paying attention.
Oh, I need to rest after that one.
Where's this bonus? There it is. There she be. Now what are we up to? Ingredients returned to the chef. Well, let's grab these curio things. Bit of brand XP. Is this where it spawns a big dude?
I have found.
Spawn a boss? Bog Piper defeated, yeah. There he is. Joys of getting older, no idea how or when I did something wrong, but my ankle feels like it's sprained and it hurts so much. Bodies are weird. You've probably gone running a marathon in your sleep or something. That's probably what it is. Some days I wake up and I swear my body, you know, has injuries just because I, you know, did something in a dream. I get it. So yeah, the price peaked hard around the season release. Not much else to really say here. Chance to re-promo that saddlebags tool though, very cool. Yeah, I've meant to give that a little bit of screen time at some point. I must admit I've not actually used the saddlebags website all that much. The guy that makes it and runs it has approached me before to talk about it a little bit more publicly. So, you know, I should pay a little bit more attention. They've got some interesting tools on there as well, such as, what's the AAA Azeroth, or Azeroth Snipery something? I can't remember exactly what it's called, but there's some interesting tools there, that if you're into that sort of thing, I'm sure they're very lucrative. But what we're in essence seeing here, let's bring Wu's magic onto the screen. Bloodstones. Looking at the different weeks. Price change. Yeah, they just spiked at season release, but are still feeling as if... Oh, that's the price change percentage. Went up by 25%, went up by 50%. I don't know what that graph means. Quantity went mad, but the price still rose. Are we saying PvP goblins work differently? Yeah. So yeah, look at the quantity of them that turned up, and then the quantity that disappeared very quickly, but the price was still going. So they're still at a relatively historic high point. They've like, what's going on with the quantity of these? So from January through till March, their quantity was steadily rising whilst the price had kind of almost bottomed out. And then they went up to the moon in price as the supply of them... Is there like 0 people doing PvP this season? It feels very much like there's basically nobody doing PvP because they're not generating any bloodstones via doing PvP. Unless we're expecting this to happen soon, where the price just tanks because nobody ends up buying them, even though the supply doesn't really change. What a weird market. What a weird change from like one season to another. Odd. Yeah, I wouldn't know what to do on those. I'd be like, well, if you get them, sell them. If you get them, sell them. Call it a day. Right, we should, in theory, now have a bunch of gilded crests. Some ruined undermine crests that we can turn into gilded crests. So we should be able to get 2 or 3 upgrades out of those. In theory. Let's go hand in that PvP quest before I completely forget about it.
Is your query crucial? Cycles are short today.
5 more marks of honor. Yoink.
Returning to task. May your path be free of dangers. Conversation terminated. Be safe. May your path be free of
Is comp stomp considered? What's comp stomp considered? Like a brawl?
Make it quick, please. We have a tight schedule.
Nah, not bothered by any of them. Marks of honor must be viewed in a pop-out window to see all of the normal contains content. Because there's so flipping goddamn many of them, that's why. Look at all the things Marks of Honor can buy for you. I have 6% by the looks... Oh, the number's just going down. 5%. I've got less than 5% of all the things that Marks of Honor can buy. Oh boy. Red skeletal warhorse, 15 marks of honor. Yeah, just an ungodly amount of stuff that could be bought with marks of honor. All the patterns, all the old patterns. There's still a whole bunch of these I still need. Disgusting list. Disgusting. So long that it doesn't even work properly. You do comp stomp all week and still only have enough to get up to 10%. Probably not even. Genuinely, probably not even. How does Zygor do with the spreading the light thing? Yeah, Zygor just works for stuff. There's an entire guide for that. Guides for everything. Literally anything you want, really. Hallowfall world quests, probably. Guides for literally everything. Events, was it dailies even? Dailies, the War Within. Spreading the Light Keyflame weeklies. Yeah. Little guides for literally everything.
My directive is to serve you.
What are these things? Oh, I get 9 of them. Sure.
My directive has
Thanks.
been fulfilled.
Oh, multiple are required to complete a craft. I see, that makes more sense. Right, what was the next plan of action? I haven't picked up my profession weeklies this week. What is this quest? Why are you here? Holiday enthusiast. Oh, I've not done that. This is Children's Week, isn't it? Talk to Orphan in Ogrimmar. Oh, I'm not bothered about Children's Week. Although that said, it is one of the events that I think I've done the least stuff in.
How may I aid you? Winds be at your back. Walk with the earth.
Right, grab those. Let's go check our patron orders. Any leatherworking? 13 patron orders. Some of these have got to be money. Should we just do those? Create a shopping list for whatever I'm missing there. Charles Week's pretty easy and fast if you have alts. Alts I definitely have. I definitely have. Welcome in, Hayley, by the way. Good morning. Alts we can do. I hope there's enough. I hope there's that many jewel crafting ones. That was a good solid 5 or 6 patron orders. Easy. Go on, give me a bloodstone. No, marble stone. Wow, hella stinky. Why do we not have what we need for that? Not doing you, not doing you, not doing you. Sure, we'll do all of those. Don't know why I'm missing these basic core materials. Let's Should have a entire auction house full of these basic materials. A wall bank, sorry. I'll just do the whole list. Go. Beautiful. Right. That's got to be loads of knowledge points. Rolling in knowledge points.
You wish to speak? Ancestors watch over you.
2 of you. Just grab everything out of here. All the juice.
My directive is to serve you.
Then I need, what am I looking for? Down here somewhere. Jewel crafting, leatherworking. There's leatherworking, there's jewel crafting.
My thanks.
Oh no, where did they go? There's one. And the other one's up here. Beautiful.
I calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Put them back in. Right, that should be a bunch of points. What do we got? 29. We can fill another node. All that and still a month away from being done with blacksmithing. Oh, I mean, I don't even want to think how far behind I am with blacksmithing, to be honest. I'm just filling out the end ones on my jewel crafter now, but even this is going to take me flipping months. Because I'm really not that religious about doing patron orders anymore. 13 bonus points in here. Let's fill out that then. Shoulders, braces, boots. I just filled out nodes that I crafted something in. And this might become useful again when we have to recraft them to get the 6 extra. So I don't mind filling these ones out. Okay, that's the profession. Oh, I missed a bag. Look, missed a bonus bag with 4 augment runes as well. Get rid of those bad boys. Do we need to do I want to do the undermine stuff now? What do I want to do now? Theoretically, I need to do another delve. I've done a bunch of delves already today. We might start jumping on killing some rares, you know. Might start jumping on the whole rare bandwagon. That means I need some new accounts open. You down there. Right. Let's get the first team open. Do I start weaving in? I've leveled a couple of bonus teams, but I haven't bothered to import them all to the Undermined stuff yet. Maybe that is a job for once I've got a couple more teams leveled. For now, let's just business as usual. Oh, there go the augment runes. Oh no, that pet tracker one is loaded all of a sudden. That's going to spam my screen with an ungodly amount of things that I don't want to see right now. It clearly has had an update. Right. Invite. Everybody in. Everybody in. Not going to do the weekly grind on these dudes yet. Just get the basic rare kills out of the way. Like Swigs. Swigs is a good start. We can start with Swigs. One down. Let's do a quick sanity check on the other ones. Rares today are going to be, you absolutely best believe you better be there the second that they spawn, otherwise you've got no chance of killing them. Because everybody's trying to kill rares today.
Dim lighting and absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for
No nitro. Right, so I'll get a couple of these teams done. I probably won't do all of them. I'll probably do 3 of the teams now, just to get a few of the rare kills to make sure we definitely have some progress being made every day. And then we'll look at leveling up a couple more of the teams, maybe. I'm starting to feel like I'm slightly streamlining the process. It's not perfect yet, but it's getting there. Junk Wall is a weekly one. We'll do the weekly ones later in the week. The only one I'll be probably willing to do today is probably Slugger, because he's right here and I don't have to move anybody. Not looking to move teams right now. We did the side street sluice. We're going to get some rares done. We need a dumpster to click 25 times. Is there a treasure somewhere I can just quickly click 25 times? Hello? Why is my Q button not working? Whoa, server lag.
I got a mook inspector that could use the help of someone with brains. Go talk to him?
Oh, there we go, 25 dumpsters. Whoa, the server lag is ridiculous right now. Methinks the world boss might be being killed. Oh my god. How do we still get such aggressive server lag at this point in the patch when a world boss is pulled? What I might need to do, I haven't quite figured this out yet, but I'm likely to need to change the UI on my dudes around a little bit. maybe not. Currently I've got keybind 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and Q. For get in the car, leave a group, invite everybody else, log out, long boy and do a reload. Probably that's actually fine. I'm just thinking for when it's when it comes to doing all the realm hoppity. I need a few more teams first before we can do that. I need 3 or 4 more teams made before I can mix them all about a bit. Thwack. Oh, Thwack and Tally. Wow. You had to both spawn at the same time, didn't you? That's going to throw my rhythm right off. And Slugger. Well, let's see if we can get Tally at the very least. Although Slugger is being pulled right now.
The dark fuse are back, harassing
And
and oppressing
since
people.
even on a geared character, he's annoying to kill solo. So maybe we just nuke his ass while he's here. If we miss the Tally kill, we'll get it again in a minute. Now, there is a very slight chance that Tally's still up, but I don't think so. The minimap's not looking hopeful. Yeah, dead. Never lucky. Did complete our checklist for the week though, so we can start getting some bonus check cards. Let's go turn in this while we wait for a nitro to spawn.
Best deals in town. Come back for more.
Right, probably worth camping nitro because we've missed a Tally kill, so the chance of Tally spawning again before nitro does is slim. Do the other characters in the hotel, get the kill credit. For the rares that are around the hotel, yes. It doesn't work completely zone-wide. Thwack, Tally, Swigs, and Nitro, and the weekly Slugger. You can get credit for all of those with the dudes just sat in the hotel. Sent you a macro I use with the resetting of the camera. It's useful if you need to click something on the ground. Oh, right, yeah. I've used stuff like that before. I appreciate that, thanks. So yeah, hopefully, in a few days' time, once I've got another couple of teams leveled up, what I'll be able to do is I'll take the original 6 realms that I've got, or 6 teams, and then sprinkle in 2 extra, swap 2 of the Draenor characters out, and swap in 2 characters that are on other low-level realms. Which means I'll have 2 characters from Draenor. My main is from Draenor, so annoyingly it will still be like 3 out of the 5 of the party will be in Draenor. But then there'll be 2 other ones which hopefully will triple the amount of realms that are visible for rares to spawn on and that we can hop to per team. It's a step in the right direction. But I need to get a few more characters leveled first. Because I don't want to be constantly every single day, every single time I make a new team doing some shuffles. Because that will get out of hand real fast. If you want to level characters fast, get some earthen with a Sandrake mount. Oh well, I've got a level boosting demon hunter now. That I can level 4 in a go. Well, record is 2 to 3 hours for 1 to 70. Yeah, in about 2.5 hours I can get 4 level 70s. I can boost 4 at a time, which we'll do a little bit of in a bit. It's not quite remix level fast, but considering it's not to remix right now, it's close enough, and it works. And there's still a lot of room for improvement because I'm still learning, still practicing. Yeah, the earthen trick is quite funny. Hella boring though. Hella boring, just flying around. You literally just sat going from flight point to flight point. "55 minutes for 10 to 70 is the new world record." Yeah, the earthen process is very quick, very quick. But I've not fully timed this, but I reckon in about 2 hours of actual play time, I can get 4 new 10 to 70s. Right, that's 3 of the 4. The question is now, do I wait for Tally to respawn, because I know that we did already miss it once, or do I just call it and move on to the next team and get the Tally kill on the next team? I think that's probably the smart move, isn't it? Let's log these dudes out then. Bring the next ones in. If I can get 3 of the 4, it's safe to move on, is the way I see it. Get 3 of the 4, move on. Slugger seems to be up again. So if we can murder Slugger again real quick, there's value in doing that. Oh, he's also being pulled, which is a good time to do it. And Swigs is up. Okay, see, this is why we did exactly that. Swigs has been nuked. Hello, wife. Please hold, boys and girls. I'll be back in 2. Okay. How many is that? We got Swig's kill, which I conveniently died on. Nobody saw that. It's fine. Let's go sit over by... Actually, Tally should be the next one that spawns in theory. Chunk wall can go away. We do that later in the week. Can you get into Undermine before being max level? Yes, but you need to be summoned. You can get anywhere in the game if you get summoned. The portal doesn't work, no. So yeah, these dudes are all like level 70-ish, nearly 72. They get a little bit of experience over time just from killing the rares, so... Dark Fuse, we do that late. Oh no, that's the world quest. Yeah, obviously when you're doing this on multiple accounts, it's not that difficult to just summon stuff in. Have you sold any of the Mechanica mounts? I've not been selling mine. I'm of the opinion that the market price is way too cheap now for how painfully difficult they are to get. I'm hedging my bets that they might go up in value at a later date. That said, I have lowered the minimum price that I will list mine for ever so slightly. Mostly so that I will, you know, I do need to start selling some of it, because of course when I bought 3 copies of The War Within, I'm now running 6 monthly subscriptions. I do need a little bit of revenue coming in from this, but I equally don't feel the need to let them go for cheap. Simply because, you know, even with this kind of setup on the go, you don't get many, right? My 5-box setup right now with, what is it, 25, 30 level 70s is still only getting me like 1 mount per week. And the sell rate on the mounts isn't that terrible for something that's that expensive either. So I think we'll find quite quickly that there'll be people that will farm up like 1. If you're doing this on just a single account, you're probably looking at somewhere in the region of like 30 to 50 hours of grinding on a single account, whether that be by killing rares, whether that be by dumpstering, whether that be by farming Paragon boxes. On a single account, you're looking at about 30 to 50 hours worth of effort just to get a single mount. And that's a huge amount of time for somebody to be doing something without seeing any actual reward for doing it. You know, it's not uncommon for farmers or people who want to quote-unquote play for free to do something worth very little for a long period of time. But during that process, they are seeing steady returns, right? Even if you're doing herbing and mining for like, you know, 10, 15, 20,000 gold an hour, at least you're seeing every hour your gold go up. This Mechanica farm, I don't think is going to be very attractive to people, mostly because you could spend 50 hours doing it to get 1 mount that you still have to sell that mount, right? You're literally putting all your eggs in one basket, which I tend to feel is going to make it quite unattractive to people as an option. I can't see the chances of prices rising till well into Season 3, though. No, that's true, especially on the mounts. But the pets seem to be holding out stronger, weirdly. But this is what I've said since day one. I'm lucky that I'm not really in any rush to sell any of this. Every Mechanica I gain is money in the bank. How much money I get for it when I eventually convert it into gold is almost at my discretion. I mean, I could be making quite a lot of gold quite quickly if I was being super aggressive on pricing right now. But I'm, you know, I don't need a huge injection of gold. I'm quite happy to sit on the stock. These rares are now not spawning. I was expecting Tally to spawn like nearly instantly. Let's just double check that it's not my... I can't see them on the minimap, but there's a dead Nitro here.
Loads of scrap ripe for the picking in the heaps. Go in there and grab some, will ya?
A dead Nitro, a dead Thwack. A dead Tally that we've killed on this team anyway. Swigs that we've killed on this team anyway. Tally has despawned. So logic would say that Tally's probably still the next one to spawn. I need a pee. And if I go to the bathroom, you can bet your ass they'll spawn. That'll be the exact moment they spawn, won't it? That will be the exact moment. Should we risk it for a biscuit? Right, boys and girls, I'm going to take a 30-second ad break while I quickly run to the... There's literally tight. See? See? The game knew. The game knew. I said I was going to go away for 30 seconds. The game knew. The game absolutely knew. My bladder will have to wait. Chief Foreman's also up. I don't mind about that one. Garbage is up. Where's Garbage? Is he anywhere close? No, he's too far away to get credit for. Right, that's Swigs and Tally. Now we need Thwack and we need Nitro, who were technically both dead on the floor a minute ago. Right, now's me chance. Back in 2. Son of a... I tried so hard. I tried. Took the headphones off and everything. Stupid game. Right, Nitro. Stay dead. Stay dead. For 30 seconds. Right, I'm going to try again. Back in 2. Okay. Oh, that's a Magno spawn. That's not the one we wanted. Although if I can get to Magno, I'll take a Magno kill. Speedy now, speedy, speedy.
We need these jetpacks tested. Grab one
Oh,
and
shit.
in the air. Let me know how it handles.
You watch, I'll miss the Nitro kill by trying to kill Magno now. Are we still at... Oh, we're at he's dead stage. Whoops. Okay, we tried. This team is also 3 out of 4, so we're once again at the point where I'm kind of content to move on if Nitro doesn't spawn too quickly. The fact that he is dead on the floor. 3 out of 4 ain't bad. 3 out of 4 isn't too bad. To just get through some of these fast, it might be worth calling these. Let's get the next team in nice and quick. I'll just do these first 3 teams for now, and then I'll work on getting some more leveled up. Just want to make sure that, you know, at least every single day we're killing a whole bunch of rares. Nitro and Thwack, are you shitting me? Is that just, surely that's just seeing the, surely then that's just seeing the corpses. Yeah, that's probably them seeing the corpses, isn't it? The multiple Thwack corpses.
Dim lightin' and absolutely no airflow. Perfect day for a race.
That's also going to spam up their ability to see it again, so I've got to keep a close eye on the minimap this time. No, how do I... What? Stop. There we go. Flyboy. Not messing around with a Flyboy right now. I've got to cart everybody up there to get a Flyboy kill. Well, there's Nitro. We could have got Nitro on that last team now. Oh well, you live and you learn. Bit of Swigs. We'll take a Swigs kill. Swigs is one of the best ones. In theory, according to good old WoW head drop rates. If they are to be believed, that is. Junk walls up again. Garbage. I can't see garbage up. Is that a lie? Why does it say garbage is up for you? Maybe it's lost the plot. Thwack's dead. No Thwack, no Tally. Can chill for a minute now. Yeah, I set up 4 new teams yesterday. Got the characters created. Got the sort of bars and stuff all set in order. So they're mostly ready to be leveled. Probably log the Demon Hunter on after we get this team some bonus kill, some extra kills. Slowly but surely work towards gazillionaires. But this is the bit that I want to try and do my best to alleviate, this kind of just waiting for the rares to spawn. You can get into a rhythm, you can get into a routine, you can sort of catch a cycle if you're quick, but then as soon as you like miss a kill on somebody, it throws everything out of sync. Then again, even if I can get 4 characters on 4 different... Wow, my voice literally died. If I get 4 different characters on 4 different shards, that still doesn't strictly guarantee it will be any quicker, because it's entirely possible that the res will just be dead on all 4 realms at the same time. Oh yeah, shit, I forget this dude absolutely ruins my pet. Ruins him. This is, for me, one of the things that I wish I could, like, completely alleviate, is that a lot of goal-making stuff ends up being hyper-repetitive. And it's almost a weird system where the more immune you are to repetitive tasks, the better you'll be at goal-making. I mean, because the concept of farming, full stop, is like... It's the definition of repetitive, isn't it? You're going to fly in circles, picking up spawns, so that somebody else doesn't have to. And you're going to do that for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on end. And you're going to quantify your success based upon an hourly return rate. It's why I kind of like when new stuff like this turns up, something that's a little bit different to set up. So far this expansion, we've obviously had concentration alts, which obviously the operation of concentration alts gets hyper repetitive, hyper grindy. And so's the setting up, but it's kind of quite lucrative if you do. This is the Mechanical Farm's another one, just like with a slight twist on it. I don't think, realistically though, there's any lucrative goal making to be made without doing something repetitive. "13 characters, concentration crafting is getting you 250 to 300k a week right now." Well, that's not bad. So that's, by Team EU prices, that's nearly a token a week, isn't it? Which, once it's set up, the actual legwork is very minimal to get your game time paid for, sort of thing. If you do it at scale, such as you buy the materials you need at scale, so you're not constantly trying to buy mats and stuff, throw them all in the war bank, craft from the war bank. trying to optimize the Ingenuity army. This is the only thing I've been doing in WoW for the last 6 months, and delves on one character, no time for anything else. Well, yeah, this is it. Like, it's not a bad idea to do what works well when it works well, you know? Having something that works, that you're happy to do it. Genuinely. Push, push. I don't know if that's a new thwack. That's a new thwack or an old thwack. It's 2 dead nitros now. But it's Italian thwack I still need on these last 2. Either or I'd be happy with. Technically I need both, but I'd be happy with either or. I'm not immune to repetition, but I do have a reasonably high tolerance for it. That said, when I'm done and won't go back to it. That seems to be the fact that would seem to indicate that you're not, I mean, you have a high tolerance for it, but you seem to have a better ability to ignore the signs of repetitiveness. The fact that you're never willing to go back to it sort of tells me that you basically cook yourself, burn out on that one activity, and then move on. Life is repetitive except one event, death, unless you cheat death, and then I could say it's... Then you could even say that is repetitive. That's one way to look at it. That's true. Big true. Deep, but big true. It's kind of difficult to go below 2 to 3 minutes per character due to travel time if you also want to get the augment rune and the login screen. Yeah, you're still going to be spending a few minutes per character, absolutely bare minimum. Especially if you're doing 2 professions per character. I mean, if you just literally log on, open enchanting, craft a few enchants, and then send them to a bank character and log off, you can probably do it in like 90 seconds. But it's still... Yeah, doing it much faster than that is still kind of like... I know before Zan took a bit of a break, I mean, he was blasting concentration ults to an outrageous level. And I would imagine even now, even when he's like half not really playing, I would imagine he's still pumping his concentration ults once or twice a week, just purely because it's an hour or 2 of work for a huge payout once you got it set up. Right, neither of these want to spawn. Neither of these want to spawn. It's taken me longer to wait for this 3rd and 4th kill than it has all the other kills combined, it feels. Trying to switch from the 1 account a day to multi-boxing 3 accounts in a day. Well, for concentration crafting, it doesn't really scale very well with multi-boxing. Mostly on the basis of that you still got to be doing the things on each account individually. There's not really much time to be saved by multi-boxing it. The leveling of the professions is something that you kind of need to focus on 1 character, 1 account at a time. Yeah, it's not really that scalable. Where having 65 characters on 1 account, for example, is probably the better way to go. than having 20 characters on 3 accounts. I mean, you could sort of cycle them, so things like, you know, load screen. If you've got excessively long load screens, for example, you could sort of cycle them a little bit so that one's loading and one's, you know. But there's very, very little further optimization. And then, as far as concentration crafting is concerned, doing it on multiple accounts is probably quite quickly a detriment, because then you've got 2 or 3 or 4, however many extra subscriptions to cover, which means that each extra subscription is going to cut into those profits of doing it in the first place, whilst it's not really that scalable via multi-boxing. Who's the last one we need? Thwack. I'm going to wait for Thwack. We're just going to literally camp his ass now. Oh, speak of the devil. Oh, there we go. You waste tons of time getting mats for concentration cooldowns. Just buy tons of mats, ignore the price of mats. Yeah, the time wasted just like individually buying stuff. You just want to buy in bulk on one character, throw it all in the warbank. That also is inherently a stumbling block for those that want to multi-box it as well, because you can only access the warbank on one account at once. So you're kind of shooting yourself a little bit in the foot there. Another sort of non-optimization, so to say. Let's log you off real quick, because I don't want you to get in the way. And then let's get the Demon Hunter loaded. Right, this is a new team, which I think I've set up properly. We'll find out. I do need to get them over to the new zone. Please do not start thinking. Yeah, not my specialty thinking. Not my specialty at all. Right, you're here ready and waiting. Let's get everybody invited. Well, that didn't work very well. There's our first stumbling block. Does that mean I haven't got half of these characters in the community? That could probably be where the problem lies. Are you not? Yep, you're not. Half of you are not in the community. Right, try that again. Bingo. Bingo was his name-o. The fact that they are not syncing up with my Demon Hunter is concerning, but they have put themselves all on the same realm, which is at least a plus point. Right, now let's fly them over. Can you quickly explain your leveling Demon Hunter? In simple terms, it's a level 70 character that has to be on an account that does not have the War Within, since you do not want that character leveling up past 70. He has some very high item level gear for a level 70 character, in essence meaning that he can basically nuke anything at his level range. So his main job is to, which you'll see in a minute, absolutely blast level 70 elites. It means I can have 4 characters chilling in a party with party sync on. And my Demon Hunter just nukes everything and everybody gets a whole bunch of experience. And the four boosty characters get leveled up nice and quick. You can, in theory, do War Mode if you want for the extra bonus, but you open yourself up, especially with me doing this on stream, you open yourself up to very clear and obvious griefing. So I choose not to use it. With the current leveling event, you can give each of these toons a potion, which will give you an extra 10%. I'm sure there's more optimization you can do, but I'm very new to this, so I'm kind of learning as we go. Your low-level characters, if you make level 1s, you're going to need to do the intro, either Exiles Reach or whatever their relevant starting zone is. They're going to have needed to complete the starting zones, which is why it is sensible and advised to use allied races. So they start at level 10, and then it's like 2-second job to get to the point where you speak to Chromie and pick a timeline. I'm in the Dragonflight Chromie time with these characters right now. But I'm sure there are other options you could use. I'm just using the Knockhood hold area because it's full of elites. They spawn reasonably quickly. So momentarily, we should see everybody sort of be here. Everybody's sort of here. I say sort of here because what I now need to do is I'm actually going to ungroup everybody, see which one has a shard that looks relatively free and empty. Hope that not all of them end up being on exactly the same shard. They actually, interestingly, all appear to be on slightly different shards, which is good. That's kind of half the plan. A couple of them are standing next to each other, though. Yours has dead bodies on it. Yours looks relatively free and empty, so you're going to invite everybody. And then you're also going to do the party sync. And now everybody is here. And I can go to town. If it wasn't for the fact that these flipping bags are chock-a-block and I need to fix this dude's inventory real fast. You need a cheeky little clear out of bags. Get rid of all of this guff. Bit of random trash in there. What I will also do is trade over a potion to each one of these. So they can get a 2-hour buff. I did not mean to use one myself. Whoops. And now we kill things. And if everything goes to plan, everybody gets a nice amount of experience. And everybody's a winner. I hope. Is it let's do some sanity checking. Is it seeming to work? Are they all getting experience? It looks like they are. Looks like they are. Dings, yes. Now we're cooking. Now we just need 60 of those. We need 60 of those dings per character. And then we are good. Everything, in fact, did not go as planned. Wait, what? What's done goofed? Have I messed something up here? And from my perspective, there's probably lots I can do to actually optimize this and speed the whole process up. But for now, at least, it seems to just... let's put it this way. I'm more than happy with the progress that we make by doing this. Could it be more? Yes, but it could always be more. Just messing with you. Oh, okay, sure. Got me worried for a minute then. I thought I'd done goofed somewhere. This is the kind of stuff I try to avoid, killing like that one mob at a time. I want to group a bunch of them up. There is still some chance of dying, but it's very slim. That's one of the advantages, clearly, of Demon Hunters, that they are super self-sustain, which I kind of quite like. I never really understood just how ridiculously OP Demon Hunters are, but I've been having a lot of fun playing one the last few days. And I'm sure the Demon Hunter pros will look at what I'm doing and just like cringe, but like I said, if it works, it's not wrong. using I-beam on one character, though, feels very wrong. Screen captured? What do you mean screen captured? What's going on there? Unable to make recommendations, triggering auto snapshot. Can we not do that? I need to figure out how to not do that. And this, in theory, is... Considering you're doing 4 characters at once, it at least feels a very efficient way of leveling up the alts. Not quite remix ridiculous, but also not really far off in all honesty. And the fact that I can do this whenever I want, not sort of waiting or relying on anybody else. Because I did think about boosting these characters by just paying somebody else to do it, but the fact that I would also need to be online AFKing at the same time as it happening, I quickly came to the conclusion that why am I not just doing it myself? So we are. Didn't need anybody in Remix, just a starter account. Yeah, like I said, this is not quite as flexible as Remix, other than the fact that Remix was a time-limited event. Whereas technically, now I've got this Demon Hunter. As long as the account's got game time on it, I can be doing this. So, one of the reasons I didn't do anywhere near as much leveling in Remix was because it just clashed with the War Within beta. Clashed hard with the beta, and I had to make that decision. Do I spend time leveling a bunch of alts in Remix, or do I spend time figuring out the War Within? And I went the War Within approach. The mobility is really good on Demon Hunters as well. I knew that they could, you know, fly and hop around and stuff, but I didn't realise just quite how good that mobility is. I'm getting a little bit addicted to Demon Hunters, you know. It's kind of bad. You can also drag somebody else along to get some moolah. Well, the party is capped at 5 now. I did think about that. This obviously is something then, in theory, I could boost others with as well. But I can't really see a scenario where I ever wouldn't want to boost 4 of my own characters. That is until I've at least capped my accounts. And by that point, my desire to do any more of it dwindles very fast. But yes, if you didn't want to have all of the slave accounts, you could quite easily, and this is, to my understanding, not far off what the actual people who sell boosts are doing. I imagine it's probably something very similar. They probably have more expertise in doing it. In fact, they absolutely definitely do. But like I said, I thought bringing it in-house, if I was going to AFK while somebody else does all of the killing, then I was like, why am I not doing the killing? Demon Hunters go burr. So what have they all got? They've all got like 7 levels already so far. I didn't set a timer really, but a slash played on the characters is probably enough. I'm not necessarily trying to do it in record time. Also saves gold. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, if I was to... The going rate for boosts, 1 to 70 or 10 to 70, going rate seems to be about 90 to 100k on the EU. Meaning that it would cost me 400,000 gold a team, or, for sake of maths, a token's worth of gold for every team. Because I'm sure if I said I was doing 4 at once, I'd get a bit of a discount off somebody. So let's just say a token's worth of gold per team is in essence what I'm not actually saving, but I'm not having to spend. So, I mean, in that regard, it is a saving. I still have to spend the time out here to do the leveling. No different if I paid somebody else, but I then don't have to pay somebody else 400k gold. So, win. Because I know Kachak leveled up a bunch of teams, but he had somebody boost them for him. And obviously paid them for the luxury. I think it was somebody from his stream that did it. I'd have hunted down the same person, but obviously he's Team NA. Right, well, there we go. Level 20. So 10 levels each in, I don't know how long. I don't know how long. I should have put a timer or something up on the screen, shouldn't I? But... And I'm not even blasting, like, an entire team 1 to 70 in one go. The last couple of days, I've usually done, like, 20 or 30 levels at a time, and then just logged them all off and gone on and done something else. Because, like I said, I'm not so good at the whole hyper-repetitive grind thing. But my goal really is to make sure that I get another team of level 70s, like, every day. If I can get a team of 70s up every day in the next week or so, get into a bit of a habit of just doing one team a day. Within a couple of weeks, we'll have a really nicely optimized... rare killing setup for Mechanicas, and simultaneously getting a whole bunch of toons spread out across a huge amount of different realms as well. Few birds with one zone, few birds with many stones, I suppose, but that's the plan. Straggly ones are sometimes difficult to get. With the Cobalt assembly work now, with additional buffs. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a few spots you could do this. Wherever there's a high concentration of elites, really. I'm sure there's a fair few places that work. I mean, now that I have the character, we can obviously test a few different places, see which works well. And there's Brackenhide, there's the Cobalt Assembly, there's this spot. There's a 70 to 80 option, which I think is in the Siren Isle. I think people are using the Siren Isle to do 70 to 80. You can also do the entire thing via Time Walking Dungeons, if you have the right party set up. Which you may have noticed, there's a reason why I have a few paladins in the team. That's a little bit of a forethought to maybe doing Time Walking Dungeons from 70 to 80. Do you think the pricing of those mounts will drop that much? It seems like they should hold value into the next expansion. I think they're very cheap now. Like, it's difficult to gauge, really, because it's the current content, right? People are willing to grind out the current content almost an infinite amount, but soon as the current content is no longer the current content, people's sort of focus on it, you know, when the focus is off Mechanicas, when we move on to something new, whatever the new cookie cutter thing is, we get a new season or whatever the case is, knowing just how annoying they are to farm generally kind of convinces me that they can't really get much cheap, like, because if they get much cheaper than what they are right now, even the hardcore sweaty grinders are going to be like, yeah, no, this is far too much like hard work. Kind of like what happened with the Nax farm for the, what do you call them? Lamented Crusader pieces. It got to a point where the only people that could really do Nax on a regular basis were people who were multi-boxing it. Because the amount of time and effort it would take to do it on one single account would get hyper grindy. And I think Mechanicas are like falling into the same category, really. That it'll be people that have multi-box setups in order to kill the rares that will eventually own the market, really. Outside of some people that want to do a lot of effort for like maybe once. But I don't think they'll do it consistently. But there is the flip side of the fact that the mounts being like 1 million gold plus does really aggressively limit the amount of people that are willing to buy one. You like, that's one thing you got to consider. The sale rate of them's not too bad right now, but they're brand new. You're always going to have people that are like, all new, all shiny. But the problem is just look how slowly. If any of you have ever had like a White Rhino or a rocket mount, or even trying to sell the Crowd Pummeler mount, for example, you'll know just how slowly those things can shift. And it's simply because there's really not that many people in the game that are willing to spend 1 million gold on a single mount. You've either got to really, really, really want to complete your collection or add 1 to the number, or really, really like that mount. And that's, you know, the market for that is still quite small. So actually the mounts coming down to like below 1 million gold a piece would work, would do a lot to increase the sale rate of them. So I don't really know. I don't really know. All I know is that having more level 70s, killing more rares, gaining more Mechanica is cash in the bank. I don't necessarily know how much cash it is in the bank. But it still feels like a very good way to put cash in the bank right now. No, I didn't mean for you to hop off. Well. You're going to get squished if you hop off. Although the interesting thing is look how much loot you can obtain on all of these. Doing 1 lap round, looting everything. Seems to be a lot of random trash. I was wondering if they would get lots of the pristine bags, but it doesn't look like they do. Although getting some free bag space on them also doesn't hurt. Yeah, we're probably not going to do much of this flying around looting business. Maybe once on each character in order to get the mysterious bag. The pristine satchel. For a bit of free bag space. Bag internal cooldown is 20 minutes. Okay. So maybe every 20 minutes I'll go and no, get off, stupid pigeon. Okay, right, back to work. Never hurts to have more vaults anyway, so they'll be useful going forward, even if there's no... Yeah, this is the thing. Like, it's been at the forefront of my mind for quite a while. That you're kind of right. There's never a downside to having more alts. And so much of what's happened with gold making over the last few years has derived from and gained value from you having access to lots of alts. It's just kind of the way things have worked. It's kind of the way the cookies crumbled. I mean, there's always been things that have been of benefit to having lots of alts, you know, like alchemy transmutes and that sort of stuff. Random daily cooldowns. But historically, setting up all of the professions was such a goddamn chore. And that leveling the alts in the first place was so painful. But now, last couple of expansions, we've seen quite a lot that's benefited just having lots of tunes. Something that you're not able to do more than like once or twice a week, but, you know, the scale option of that is to have lots of characters. We've seen that a fair few times in the last few expansions. And so I'm kind of quite sure that approach isn't really going anywhere. Not eye-beaming on one mob. I refuse. Just check the new trading post rewards. The good boy mount owners are going to be sad. Didn't they? Yeah, they've added a new Taiwan style mount or something, haven't they? Isn't there a hedgehog or something I saw as well? There's a customizable pet also. They're really pushing the boat out with stuff this in May. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but love the sync dings. They do seem to slightly get out of sync, though. I'm not quite entirely sure what causes that. They all, in theory, have the same bonuses. You know what I haven't done? I haven't put flipping heirlooms on any of them. I haven't put heirlooms on any of them. I can't even remember if putting heirlooms on them is really of any value anymore. Increases rested experience consumed by 30. Out of combat regen by a bunch. Gaining a level triggers a burst of knowledge, dealing damage to nearby enemies and granting you. I actually almost probably don't want that because it will aggro mobs around me. Rested experience consumed is reduced by additional 30. I weirdly think I put heirlooms on them once they ding 70. Dinging 70 and then putting heirlooms on is probably the play, so that they gain the rested. They have better use of rested experience from 70 to 80 when I eventually do that. It doesn't appear as if I'm dropping any frames, nor does my encoder claim that it's overloading, so without sounding too mean, it could be a you problem. But let me know if anybody else spots anything. I know it is not uncommon for it to be a me problem, especially when I'm running like 6 accounts at one go and streaming. It is plausible that it's a me problem. But at least as it currently stands, my GPU is still fine, so it's unlikely to be a me problem. Do I pay for my subs with gold? Yeah, I do, yeah. All comes out the gold coffers. Imagine paying for 6 accounts with IRL cash. That'd be expensive quick. The irony is I could probably tax, business expense it if I really wanted to. I don't, because I pay for my game with game time, but on the basis of that this generates me an income, I can also simultaneously counterbalance the cost of the subs if I wanted to, technically. But yeah, it's easier just to pay them all with gold anyway. But you're right, it would get pretty expensive pretty quickly, especially buying the accounts as well. Yeah, I think I spent in excess of like 200 euros of Blizzard balance like last week on like, what was it, 3 copies of War Within, which I annoyingly paid $50 a piece for just before they went on sale, but, whatever. 3 copies of the War Within, that's 150. And then game time for 1 bonus account, plus all of the others. So yeah, it probably gets... Setting this up, if you were doing it with cash money, probably does get quite expensive quite quickly. But when you're doing it with Monopoly money, it's, you know, fine. As long as you feel like you have plenty of Monopoly money. Oh, I can't quite get used to the leashing range on these. I need to do slightly smaller pawns, believe it or not. Slightly smaller pawns will probably end up being more efficient. Anybody seen any good movements in the old expansion mats? There has been a couple of success stories I've seen already. Some people have definitely. I mean, it's the early bird catches the worm situation, isn't it? Plus, also at the moment, I would imagine that it's not outside the realms of possibility that goblins have just hoovered up everything and are selling it like at double, triple, quadruple the price. But when the flood of people to level professions doesn't turn up, you know, they'll be quite quick to resell off a lot of that, I'd imagine. But I know Soul, for example, seems to have been talking a lot about getting professions and stuff set up and prepping for player housing. So the more content creators that focus on that sort of stuff, the greater the chance there is of the mats being good flipping opportunities. What are we up to now? Level 30. It's not bad. Nearly halfway. I might take it to halfway and then we might go actually kill some more rares. 32, yeah. Oh, well, it's not actually halfway, is it? Like 40 or so is probably about halfway because we started at 10. We need 60 levels, don't we? So we need to get to 40. If I do it in 2 little chunks, my enthusiasm for it might not die off too fast. They'll come back down again if they go up. Yeah, for sure. Like I'm pretty sure there'll be a buzz around it for a while, and those who preempted a buzz happening will be the ones that actually spin a profit on mats short term. I know there's been a few people who have already been stating that they've been squirreling away old mats, even speculatively, before we got an announcement. So those players are just kind of laughing at the moment a little bit. They made a good call. Demon Hunters are just ridiculous, aren't they? They press 3 buttons and the screen dies. It is actually a little outrageous. I mean, I clearly cannot complain, but like it is madness. I'd never realised that Demon Hunters are quite this level of madness. I mean, yes, admittedly, this dude is OP as fuck because he's got 523 item level at level 70, but... And I would point out, there's still optimizations to his gear to be made, but I've not felt the need to do them because it absolutely shreds. I actually end up running around waiting for things to respawn more than anything else these days. I am a bit zoomy for this zone. Maybe why I've been fortunate enough to not have much competition with other people farming out here either, because maybe the actual true optimal zone is not here. Maybe Brackenhide or even Cobalt might work even better. Wherever the best zone is usually the one that gets competitive. People fighting over shards. To answer the other question, yes, well up this week. Is this Woo's trade goods, TBC, definitely up. Yeah, definitely up. People are clearly thinking with their brain. Can you do a recruit the friend chain through all of the accounts, or doesn't it work if it's on the same BattleNet? It's actually a good question. I've not done refer a friend for so long. I have no real idea how it works anymore. If you were just setting all of this up, yes, there's a possibility you can do some refer a friend stuff. But I've had these accounts for literally 10 years, so I'm way past any refer a friend bonus. And the whole system's probably changed 3 times since I last looked at it. But it is probable that you can do something like that. And yeah, I'll just repeat again quickly, just so people know. I'm a little slow on the old YouTube chat today, because I usually have a little bit of software that combines both chats, but for some reason it's not working with YouTube today. So I'm trying to read the YouTube chat manually when I spot it. But my vision muscle memory, my chat's over here usually. YouTube's over here for now. So it might take me a minute if I miss it. If I miss it, just say it again. It's not deliberate. It's just my routine is off today. Just discovered raid bots in WoW. Never bothered to sim item choices, but damn, it makes a big difference. People scream and shout at me all the time for not simming my gear. and not checking things like that. And I probably should get into that side of stuff myself, but I care so little about gear so infrequently. Like maybe once an expansion I like somewhat care about gear. But yes, you're right. If you are doing anything and trying to make active decisions, it's probably smart. I just wing it. Story of my life, just wing it. If in doubt, wing it. What are we up to now? 35. Remember to do a hop on them occasionally so they don't AFK. Log out. Refer a friend as a pale shadow of its former glory. Still could be useful for the free summons every 30 minutes though. Yeah, it used to be incredible. I remember the level gifting and stuff was crazy. Loved me some of that. There's a couple of my characters that I still use to this day that were leveled incredibly quick with gifted levels, as wild as that sounds. In today's age. Gifted anything? Are you mad? It's not very Blizzard to give you something for free. Did happen though. You can refer old accounts on the same Battle.net that have been inactive for over 2 years. Yeah, that's where my problem is going to come. That none of my accounts have been inactive for over 2 years. Oh my god, look at the bags. The irony of all ironies is I'm actually making a reasonable, well, I'd say I'm making some raw gold from doing this. Just purely from vendoring all of this stuff. These little bonus goodie bags are quite tasty. Oh yeah, I even forgot about the 300% EXP buff on top of the gifted levels. I think it gets even more ridiculous when you think about it, doesn't it? I mean, I think that went away before... Didn't they get rid of that before they then eventually introduced buying a level 7, like a max level boost? I think they they retired level gifting from refer a friend, and then in turn were like, well, instead you can just buy a max level character now. Which is delightful of them. If it didn't happen at the same time, it was remarkably close. Here's some data span. The biggest vanilla item price increases. Oh my lord, okay. Flask of oil, thick murloc scale, large venom sacs, elemental waters, perfect deviate scales, cured rugged hide. Noticeably, quite a lot of those are key components to leveling the professions. I think if you were to scout WoW professions, you'd find a lot of those materials appear on those lists. $38. Let's get them another couple of levels. Let's get them all to 40. And that's technically halfway. And I can do another blast run of this probably later this evening to get this team finished off. This is the other thing, right? When you pay for a boost, a 1 to 7, like a 10 to 70 boost, there's kind of the expectation that you sit around until it's done. You know, I'm not quite sure the people selling the boosts really want you to turn up when you want to turn up, sort of thing. This is the advantage I have doing it myself, that, you know, if I want to take a break and go do something else, I just take a break and go do something else. If you've bought a boost, you're working on the boosties or the boosters' time frames. Same if you then end up looking at selling this service to others. There we go, level 40. See, some of them are an entire level behind. Look, these dudes have only just dinged 39, even though they're, in theory, should be getting exactly the same amount. Something's weird with that. I don't know what's up. Maybe it's at the far corner. Maybe they don't quite get all the experience. I don't know. Something's weird with it. Difference in rested? Shouldn't be, though. All the characters were made literally last night. For starters, they wouldn't have been able to even accrue much rested right now. They were all created within about 20 minutes of each other last night. Probably less than. I don't know. As long as they don't get too far apart, it's fine. Right, there we go. We'll leave those there for now. So these dudes, quick little slash played. 1 hour and 3 minutes to level 40 right now. 1 hour and 3 minutes. So it's going to be, and that's since the time of them being created. So halfway took me probably 45 minutes. So an hour and a half gets me 4 teams up to level 70 roughly, which is quite cool, I think. Let me just quickly see if some of these dudes have like, hey, another weathered satchel. Look. Ah, the bag seems to be a once a day job. Maybe the bag's not guaranteed. Maybe the bag's not guaranteed. Oh, you were getting blue ones. Interesting. Go on, where's your epic bag? Oh. Sure. Okay, you didn't get an epic bag. Maybe he also didn't get an epic bag. Oh no, there we go. The bags should stay around on the corpse for 20 minutes. In theory. Not anything in this pile. No twinklies. Okay, sure. Right, let's log them all out. Log them out, log them out, log them out. Oh, that cancels the flipping log out thing, doesn't it? Oops. Okay. Comp stomps up, by the way. Yeah, we did a couple of comp stomps earlier. It's a good way to get those on marks of honor. Bit of bloodstone farming is also option. Right, let's get you in. Let's get... We did 3 teams earlier, so let's get team number 4. Cool, a few more rares. Epic bag is once a day. Low chance of the blue ones thereafter. Seems to be a cooldown on it. The bags are not once a day. They are definitely not once a day. Can confirm, definitely not once a day. You seem to have a very high chance to get your epic bag as your first bag of the day. But from that point on, you can still get more of them. Right, who are we killing? Who's up here then? Any rares? Any rares? Let's do a sanity check spin. No thwack. No thwack. There's a dumpster though.
Go talk to him?
Okay, well, I'll have a candy kill.
Got a work order for scum cleanup if you want the gig. Just be warned, the scum will fight back.
I'll have a candy kill for my main dude. I'm not hauling everybody out for a candy kill though. These guys won't get credit for this, but I might as well kill it on my main if I'm here, if it's up. Lootarangs on the ults would be good if they didn't require you to level Cataclysm Engineering. Yeah, that was a weird change. I don't know why they swapped that out. Oi, a Mechanica. See, I told you it was totally worth coming and killing Candy. Totally worth. Nitro? Nitro's dead. What about Swigs? What about... Swigs is dead. Tally's not spawned, okay. We'll hang fire for a minute. These guys are missing half their macros. We need the invite and we need the leave macros. They will become more important soon. We're not doing much inviting or leaving of groups yet because they're all on the same server. They're all on the same shard. But when we spread them out, stupid ephemeral agent. Trying to min-max 25 rels of posting because I need to leave ASAP. 25 rels of posting. See, this is the thing that scares me about doing any form of cross-realm stuff, is that I will absolutely 100% never get round to posting on all of the realms as frequently as I should. That's true, the hunters can use fetch, but you got to haul ass to the, where is it? What's the zone called? The one in Wrath. Sholazar Basin? Is it in there you buy fetch, I think, if I remember right? Why have you guys got random map pins? Doesn't make sense. Did daily cooldowns on 10 characters before this? I'm making this game a chore. It's dangerous doing that. Dangerous doing that. This is why I try to switch things up. Keep you know, don't grind yourself into a hole doing the same thing. I mean, it really is the definition of everything in moderation. That if you try and do too much of the same thing for too long, you just grind, you just get cooked on it. This is why even leveling those characters, I could have easily just kept on going. I could have leveled them all the way to 70 in one go, but I'd rather do it in 45-minute little blasts than go do something else for 45 minutes. You know, keep it feeling fresh. Or just be chill about it. You don't have to post every 48 hours. Just do it every few days. Or just do a few a day. Yeah, or that. Yeah. Small little habits and then have a few of them rather than trying to do like monster grind sessions. Kind of the same with concentration, really. Obviously, mathematically, you kind of want to just do... mathematically, you never really want to let your concentration cap, because any capped concentration is technically money just in the bin. And so people get into these habits of they do everything on one day and then they wait 3 days and then they do everything on another day. Whereas if you did just log on to a few every day, and if you miss a day, well, they just wait till next time, sort of thing. Relog, cancel scan, log next server, cancel scan, log next server, all day. It was, I think it was Pagby who was on a crusade at some point with having a guy on his server literally log in every 2 minutes of the day, do a cancel scan, do a repost, and then log out. I mean, it was clearly a bot. It was very, very clearly a bot. But it was so obvious what they were doing as well, though. That was the silly thing.
The dark fuse are back, harassing and oppressing people. Put a stop to it.
I've not had a single rare turn up yet. There we go. Thwack. Similar dude on my realm at every 12 minutes, like clockwork. Yeah, if it's every 12 minutes, there's a strong possibility that they're doing it across 6 realms. And that's why it's 12 minutes, not 2. But the surprising thing to me is that people are still somewhat actively... Well, I guess it's probably not actually all that many people. This is a kind of touchy subject to talk upon a little bit because people get bent out of shape about it. But the reality is actually the level of botting on retail right now is very well under control from what I can gather. Very well under control. I mean, there's always going to be the odd one here and there, but generally speaking, the main botting issue is with Classic at the moment. There's not really the same level of incentive for the bots to bot retail. And obviously, given the choice, they'll bot Classic and not retail. Which is often the scenario, because your subscription only goes so far. As I said, it's not to say that they don't exist, but like generally speaking, the bot problem seems to be far more concentrated to Classic at the moment. They go where the profit is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the money's in. The fact that in retail you can just buy gold if you want with your credit card. I know people don't like to admit it, but that is a really good, solid way of deterring the bots at least. Because, there's a legitimate option. All the bots in retail are farming vanilla ores all unnoticed. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. But then I would question what's the ultimate value in there. Like the student did a video the other day. I didn't actually see the video, but it got reported to me that he had spoke about this. That apparently a lot of the vanilla green items, like green transmogs, are now not really dropping anymore. And my suspicion around that is that people had figured out how to use party sync to, in essence, scale vanilla greens up to like the War Within like vendor values, and it was causing like vanilla hyperspawns to have just dropping disgusting amount of greens every hour, which by the time you vendor them all for like 50 to 150 gold a piece was just printing money at an absolutely astronomical rate. So it looks like Blizzard have basically just turned off the loot tables to a lot of stuff. Because why fix a problem when you can band-aid it? No, my interrupt's on cooldown. Flipping out. Make this flipping dude more difficult than it needs to be. $3.5 million laystone ore? Is that what's on the auction house right now? Where the hell is 3.5 million laystone ore coming from? Who do I actually need? I need a nitro kill. Nitro's the fourth one I need on this team. I'm actually tempted to now that I've got already 2 additional teams, a third on the cook, to just be content with killing 3 on each one and moving on. It'll make the initial sweep much faster, because it's often waiting for the fourth and final rare that wastes a lot of the time. Peaked at 5.7 million. Wait, what? Flipping out. Laystone or go burr. Are you just making these numbers up right now, or are these legit numbers? That's not what I clicked on. Why 3.5 million of the stuff? Hello? Why is there more laystone ore than there is flipping the War Within ores? 1.5 million, 1.4 million, 1.3 million. The hell? Christ on a bicycle's going on here? Where's all this come from? What's going on here? What happened on March 20th? March 20th turned on all the bots somehow. The Christ. They went from being none of it to being a very, very steady increase in the total quantity of it. New bot script has been shared, clearly. I mean, look at this! Weirdly, the price peaked and then started to come down, and then the price started to go up. With 5.8 million being the peak, and the reality is it's not. This is just that somebody hasn't reposted it. This is that some bots just haven't reposted it. This will happen again when they repost it. It'll go up to like 6.5 million or something. Dear Lord. Dear Lord. The funny thing is when you start seeing this hit the floor, I mean, it's you can already see, as ridiculous as this sounds. How do I undo this? How do I undo the? Yeah. Let's pick a slightly more reasonable timescale. Right. So you look at this, you can kind of see that it's at a near historical low point in price. Once it hits that historical low point, you're relatively safe to buy up a bunch of it, because when all of these bots and all of the accounts that are responsible for all of that get banned, all of their stock gets banned with them.
There's loads of scrap ripe for the picking in the heaps. Go in there and
Same with Mithril. Okay, well maybe there's some weird and interesting bot scripts on the go. Oh hello, shimmer thread shoulder pads. Bit of mog, don't mind if I do. Go broken arms on a bit of a bot hunt. Oh dear. Yeah, casual 1.1 million mithril ore out of nowhere. Out of absolutely nowhere. At nearly exactly the same time as well. At nearly exactly the same time. Beginning of March, end of February, started to rise. Prices started to come down. Unbelievable. Bots do bot things. Well, you've all very kindly, completely counteracted my claim that bots are in Classic right now. Thanks for that, boys and girls. Appreciate it. Make me look dumb. I once got whispered and called a bot on one of my transmog posting servers, while in reality I was just watching Netflix and cancel scanning. Yeah, I mean, we all lived through Shadowlands, or those of us that did live through Shadowlands fully gets the fact that it's if you stand at an auction house for too long, you get called a bot. Peak is probably where somebody decided to write the script, yeah, for sure. And you know, it'll last a while, and then Blizzard will be like, "Oh, we should ban all of these people." Are you really a goal maker if you've never received death threats? Yeah, as sad as that is, but yeah. Can you explain what you were doing with the patron orders using Craft Sim to determine what was worthy? You were, I mean, it's the ones that show profit that you do, and I just ignore the rest of them. I'm not in a good position to do it, but you can just do you just do a craft scan against work orders. I can't remember the exact process off the top of my head. But I log on daily, I do the ones that are profitable, I don't do the ones that are not profitable. And I slowly but surely level my professions up that way. Shadowlands Lego Days, good gold, but not really fun. It was, it was quite a chore. But it got quite addicting logging on every day and emptying a 5 million gold mailbox. You didn't mind making 5% margins when you were 5% margins when you were selling 5 million gold of stock every day was still absolutely fine. No problems with that. Quarterly request for something to spend the beans on. Yeah, I know, Woo, I know. We'll get some, I always say I'll figure out some more bean options. I think Kahani probably holds the record for like 1.5 billion beans or something right now. I stand behind this. We need a bean sink. We need a constructive bean sink. Has Stanley permanently retired? He's permanently retired right now. Well, he's in long-term retirement right now. He has some software-related issues, which means, yes, unfortunately, Stanley is semi-retired as it stands. He's still half about. He's still kind of half there. It's called a hiatus. Yeah, I mean, he's on a long one of those. Oh, he's not missing, because I know where he is. He's on sick pay right now, he's on Stan. We worked him too hard. We worked him to the bone. Thwack is dead. Where's Nitro? Let's double check Nitro. Nitro's dead. We could all just start talking in chat like this for months. Maybe we burn the What? Just make it so that highlighted messages only. If I just left emote chat on, you guys could only chat using highlighted messages. That would burn everybody's beans, wouldn't it? It would also probably destroy any form of conversation. My bean collection's dropped off. You're on Team YouTube. Of course your bean collection's going to drop off. Only 680,000 of them now. Oh dear. Oh dear. I do really need to fix something, don't I? It'd be more like a McConnell chat if it was only emote only. Yeah, I'd have to put some heavy, heavy house music on and blast it and turn the camera off, yeah. Get really into the, get into the vibes. That guy makes me laugh, man. He sideshow bobbed Asmon's stream for years and then turns his stream on once a month to make rent money. And then he disappears again. Oh, it's funny. I like the honesty about him. He's one of those people that's probably a bit of an asshat, generally speaking, but you got to admire the honesty.
Things are back, harassing and oppressing people. Put a stop to it.
The only person willing to call Asmon out on his bullshit, of all people. I mean, it's I haven't watched an Asmongold stream in almost years, I would imagine, at this point. Since he turned into a complete political Andy, I've switched off. Couldn't care less. It's really surprising to see for me, considering... Although, maybe it is just the natural path, right? Because the Asmongold success story is quite an interesting one. Because he pretty much broke the meta of how to get big on Twitch. Now, you could also argue that people like Kais and Nat are like reinventing that once again, but from a marketing perspective, the Asmongold story is a very interesting one. Swigs and Nitro. Can't miss Swigs, so I'm going to sit near Swigs. Which gear do you have for your Demon Hunter Twink? It's all available on the auction house. It's 515 item level stuff with the level requirement of level 70. There's a few bits of crafted gear and stuff you can use as well. But for the most part, you can buy it off the auction house. Whether it's readily available on your realm or not is obviously 50-50, but you can go shopping for it. You do political streams, reacts, and drama, and your stream skyrockets. Then you go back to doing goblin things, but now with 1 million views. What if we just did what if we just did a full-on hardcore Asmongold month, an Asmongold streamathon, where we just sit and watch YouTube videos and talk about Donald Trump? We do that for a streamathon for a month. Harvest a bunch of hate watchers and then go back to doing exactly what we do normally. I mean, it's undeniable, but as scary as it sounds, it would probably work. As much as I would hate to admit it, it would probably work. The recipe is not that complicated, unfortunately. Stop cleaning the office, drink 3 litres of Coke a day. Both of those things can be done. As long as the hate watchers are banned ASAP when we go back to normal. Hate's what makes the world go round, though. Hate makes the world go round. You just put it in sub-only mode when you want them to disappear for 5 minutes. Got to amass over 1 million views on a YouTube video first. That's true. On every YouTube video, not just one.
Hey, there's loads of scrap right for the picking in the heap. Go in there and grab some, will ya?
Just call out another streamer for some mild beef as well. That Mr. GM dude, what a dick. Got to keep it somewhat relevant. Did you hear what that Bear's Adventures did? Did you hear what did you hear what that K-Chak said? What an asshole. Clipped and shipped. Right, last set of rares for now. And then I'm going to have to go get me some food because I'm getting hungry. Real hungry. Is everybody logged on? Everybody's logged on. Group them up. Before I forget to group them up and look like a fool. Now we've just got to wait for the 4 rares to spawn. Keep our eyes and ears open. Nowadays he's getting 55k plus on React streaming on Twitch. The second he launches a game, it drops down to 35. Oh, this is it, right? Like, you can, annoyingly as it sounds, politics and React content is significantly more, like, evergreen's not the word here, but it has a much wider net than if you play a video game. Because people who watch gamers who play video games are pretty much, if not more, invested in the game that's going on than the content creator themselves. Just like when you see any streamer that is mostly known for one game, the second you see them playing another game, their viewership is usually less than half. It's just the nature of Twitch, right? 50% of the people are watching for the video game, 50% of people are watching for the creator. And if the video game is not the right video game, then you lose a lot of viewership almost instantly. So yeah, it's not really surprising he loses half his viewers as soon as he actually starts playing something. And the reality is Asmon kind of had, you know, he had this, or probably still does, has the attitude of being like God gamer at World of Warcraft. But he's, you know, no better than average Joe when it comes to playing video games. He was just good at WoW because he played it for 20 years. And so then also when you go, you know, he can't have the same God gamer status when he goes and plays literally anything else. I try to lean into the fact and make sure that everybody is very aware that, you know, I'm not exactly a top tier gamer in any way, shape or form. I hack my way through things, you know. We just get stuff done, but there's another streamer I watch and that started allowing talk about religion and politics on stream. His numbers have taken a huge nosedive because of it. Well, there's... Yeah, you have to be in a reasonably strong point in the first place. You have to live near the top of a directory in whatever you're streaming, like, first. But there will be an inflection point where more people will stick around and more people will find you and more people will relate to what you're talking about, and you will just, like, he'll take that person, I don't know who you're talking about, but they'll take a dip and they'll definitely get it back again. Because politics spreads like wildfire. Student transmog doesn't sell. Oh dear. Yes. Yes, that is true. Totally true. I know for a personal fact that it does indeed sell because I've actually bought and resold my fair share of his mog. Yeah, buying all a student's mog off Argent Dawn and then just taking it somewhere else and selling it for twice the price. Probably a solid goal-making strategy. Because I bet Student doesn't bother trying to sell it anywhere else. I can almost guarantee he lists it on his home realm and calls it a day. And Argent Dawn is like one of the cheapest. If not the cheapest for like most items. Can we get that slugger kill as well, maybe?
The dark fuse are back, harassing and oppressing people. Put a stop to it. Thank you, champion. Just hoping they won't come back.
Come on, die already. Oh, he's killed my pet. I hate trying to kill this rare. He's annoying as all hell, and then he does this blood siphon business, and it goes to pot. Go on, die already. No blood siphons. No. Die already. There we go, there we go. Oh, the world boss has clearly been killed as well. Massive server lag. Right, who's that we've killed? Tally and one of the weeklies. Swigs is dead. He sells on multiple realms. Oh, not just Argent Dawn? Oh, okay, he has kind of started to split things up a bit then. Students' presence there, along with the gang, has indeed made it one of the best realms for stocking up on transmog stuff. Yeah, I imagine the competition there is at its absolute fiercest for selling stuff. He's still dropping viewers, albeit a bit slower now. He was at about 1.6k to 1.8k constantly. Then all the blah blah started. Now he's barely at 600 viewers. He's lost 2/3 of his viewers. Yeah, the difficulty is dropping down to 600 viewers from that point is going to push him so much further down in whatever directory he's in. 600 viewers is not necessarily enough to sit you on the front page of any category these days, even World of Warcraft. If you look in the Twitch directory, I imagine there's probably what you need to have right now to get on the top tier in WoW. Oh, wow, okay. You only actually need 350 viewers to get front page of World of Warcraft right now, but it's low time in the day. But yeah, dropping that much. It's weird that the audience has been divided like so heavily, but I guess if you lean into politics too hard, that's what happens. You mention one thing, even remotely political, you're likely to divide the room in half instantly. We're going to refer to old girl making tricks as pre-war bank. Even just buying it and selling it on or Argent Dawn again before Warbank times. It's not BC, it's BWC. He often shows his mailbox opening for the current week. He shows that people snipe out his auctions and then sell them on a different round, but he doesn't care. Dude has hundreds of millions of gold. Yeah, I mean, that, you know, it's I'm even amazed, to be honest. He still even lists half of his stuff. Oh. Come on, I need at least 2 more of these rares. At least 2 more. A thwack, a nitro, or a swigs. Nitro's dead, which worries me that I might have missed him. Tally we've got already. Swigs is also lying on the floor dead. Oh, we're not going up to Flyboy though, not now. Not now. He's a pain in the ass. I do the weekly. I do Flyboy. We do the junk wall. If we happen to get Grimewick at the same time as doing the junk wall, great. Then we go down south. We get a Candy / VV kill if possible. We do Scrap Chewer. We kill Chief Foreman. And we do Dark Fuge. And I do that as one lap while I cart the team along with me. It takes a while. But obviously it's the weekly one. The daily one is the hotel rares. The weekly one, if I get round to doing it, I get round to doing it. If I don't, I don't. And it generally includes significantly more AFKing, which is why I don't do it on stream at all. I'm pretty sure he's on the spectrum. He's been doing this for 10 plus years. Every video of his is almost the same. Does the same thing. I'd have gone crazy by now. Not on hating on him. I have his guide. I mean, yeah. I mean, he's definitely put the time into it for sure. Student's done a smart thing though, in that he never crossed the barrier into considering it his main job, and so it is still to him a hobby that he clearly enjoys. And I would also, I do not have facts or figures to back this up, but he probably does very well from selling his guide. It annoys people on YouTube to no end, but there's no denying he probably does quite well selling that guide. If anybody's got any experience historically in like affiliate marketing, you'll understand roughly how much he makes off that. Because he basically has a textbook approach to internet marketing, which is so funny. But it works. That's why it's textbook. I wish I had the creativity to come up with some random ass bullshit video to talk about every single day. I wish I had that level of creativity or the ability to recycle. Oh, these last few are just not spawning for me. I can't wait until I've got enough bonus characters leveled up that we can start spreading out the love onto different shards, so I don't have to be lurking all on the same one. I've started a little plan of action, should I say, of what I'm going to be. Well, let me put it this way. I found a little, on WoW's, Blizzard's actual website, you can see there's a list of connected realms on Blizzard's website. So I banged this together the other day, which is just simply a spreadsheet that has every account, every realm on it, and then the other connected realms to them. I've just, for no real reason, put them in alphabetical order. But then I'm slowly but surely just creating a character on each one, leveling them up to 70, which will then help with spreading out where all of these characters are. There's 97 different auction houses. Now that doesn't necessarily mean there's 97 different shards at any one point, but it gives you a much greater chance of being able to have different characters on different shards to do realm hopping in a convenient way. Oh, Swigs and Thwack in one go. Ah, oh, flipping buses again. Well, Swigs is the most important of all of the 4 hotel rares, so you get prio. Oh, we missed thwack. So we're going to sign off the ability of getting thwack because we missed it. So that basically means I need a nitro kill and then we're done. And since you've been dead on the floor for a while, it probably shouldn't be too long. There was another streamer, DalaGG, he was also very good at talking about the same stuff every day. I think he does it seldom nowadays. Oh yeah, well he also made the Worth It add-on that a lot of people use. He made the Worth It add-on, which is still to this day pretty popular. I don't know how up to date it's kept. I think it mostly relied on him doing all the farms as well. It wasn't really community curated, I don't think. He's also, I think, just got married and is, you know, getting older and doing the family thing. So he's also seemingly slowed down a lot. Although I don't keep track of these people very well because I don't actually subscribe to that many goal-making content on YouTube. Want to buy gold went dark after the whole 1 Bruto a month thing. Yeah, that was at the end of BFA. He also had IRL stuff going on. This is the thing with content creation in general. You tend to have a shelf life, but both in terms of people being interested and secondly in your interest in doing it. Just like most jobs, you know. Imagine if a lot of people who have a job get quite bored of that job after a few years. Even if you stick within the same company, IRL for example, like if there's no promotion or anything in sight, you're like, you get bored of that job quite quickly. Or at least most sane people would do. Then obviously, as you get old, you tend to do content creation when you're younger and have less IRL responsibilities, and then responsibilities catch up with you and stuff, you know, stuff goes wrong. I think he talked about the Bruto being the initial thing, then he started something with flipping on many servers but quit halfway through. He's made like 1 video since. I messaged him on Discord not so long ago, but he just straight ghosted me. So I think he's I think Want to Buy Gold now is pretty much 100% done. Now I'm not saying him responding to me via a Discord DM is something or nothing, but it was off the back of me trying to help him out as well on something, so to be totally ghosted, I can imagine he's probably called it a day on content creation and the internet in general. Right, there's our nitro kill. Let's just, on the off chance that that thwack notification was a meme and wasn't actually there, let's lurk here for a second. Samadan doesn't do any content except for the Wowhead Weekly. Oh well, he doesn't do that anymore. Samadan's also basically out of the loop completely. I'm not sure we'll see Samadan online particularly, minus his Twitter occasionally. I find it interesting when people call themselves goal-making content creators, yet they have made a single goal cap their entire career. I won't drop a name, he isn't even streaming anymore. I mean, I don't make a lot of gold. The reality is I don't make a huge amount of gold, but my focus is more to the concept of making it. The reason I don't make a lot of gold is because I enjoy the journey of setting something up far more than doing the thing. Most goal making in this game realistically boils down to you being flipping grindy AF at doing something. And for as long as you grind that out, you'll make gold, but as soon as you stop grinding it, you know, the money fountain turns off. You reached 100 mil. I've seen it. Well, yeah. I mean, Shadowlands. I made 100+ million in Shadowlands. Yeah, but so did a lot of people. I just have 20 years experience playing this, focused on something in the very similar way. This is why a lot of the content now is more around, collecting and just playing the game and stuff. Lazy Goalmaker is pretty much out. He's almost only playing Kata Classic now. I don't think Lazy's out. I mean, I still think Lazy's putting quite a bit of time and effort, but just into Classic. He's one of the content creators that switched from retail to Classic and has basically not looked back. I think he now probably just plays retail for his own entertainment and does like content around Classic, I think. But Lazy Goalmaker also has his website, which I think still to this day probably does very well for him. Canadian TV. Yeah, he's funny. I like Canada. I stop by occasionally. Just kiss the squirrels nowadays. That's it. You got to hunt those squirrels down. I mean, this whole little mini project we got on the go at the moment is something that's like, either it will be the start of like an empire that I'll get completely hooked on leveling up and grinding, or once again, it'll be a squirrel that I enjoy for a couple of weeks. We'll level a bunch of stuff up and then we'll put it down in favour of doing something else. I don't know. I like to keep it, keep the doors open. For now, at least, it's putting a lot of gold in the bank. Well, not a lot. It's not being converted to gold yet, but we're gaining quite a few mechanicas by doing this. And every day it's slightly more optimized, which is kind of the journey I enjoy with this sort of stuff. Plus it's leveling these alts from 70 to 80. I'm thinking this Demon Hunter dude is going to come in most useful, potentially, for doing some time walking dungeons to get these 70s up to 80s a bit faster. Because it would be nice to be able to go into Midnight, whatever Midnight can throw at us with like 50 to 100 max level characters. Probably, and quite possibly, completely unnecessary. But we were chatting earlier how just having lots of alts is never really been a downside. So many goal makers who's out. It's yeah, people rotate in and people rotate out. Let's also not forget there's quite a few new goal makers knocking about that have without question set themselves apart from the rest. Definitely some people doing a real good job of stuff. Shadowlands time walking, more Lego sales. God, Lord. My false dream with multi-boxing was to always play my main account whilst the other ones are grinding away doing some shuffling. This is the direction that this whole system might possibly go in. There's a strong chance that like my tailoring bolt crafter can be put on another realm and can be doing something in the background, and Jawn crafter can be doing some prospecting, and that's the real way from a goblin perspective to approach crafting and multi-boxing, having the different accounts just basically processing. This is why crafting for me is a little bit of a love-hate relationship nowadays. I love the process of leveling up the professions, but the concept of using them to actually generate anything that's of value is so heavily focused on mass processing, which will lock an account down to doing just that for often hours at a time. we started to see this in Shadowlands with, like, you know, the hours and hours and hours of crafting, like enchanted heavy callus hides and enchanted lightless silks and stuff. But in both Dragonflight and now the War Within, if you are not taking the process from start to finish, so taking ore, prospecting it, cutting unless you're doing the whole chain, it becomes significantly more difficult to extract any value from it. Whereas I tend to look at things with a bit more of a business mindset of that if you're not making 20%, you probably shouldn't be doing it. It's too risky to mess around with for less than 20%, but the only way you get 20% now is if you do every step of the process and can sort of make the time it takes to do that disappear. Because if you were doing it all solely on one account, and let's say you buy a bunch of leather, you run it through alchemy to get yourself a bunch of different materials first. That's step 1 of the process. Step 2 of the process is taking each of those individual materials and running them through their own profession, which takes time again. So, I mean, you could spend the entire day taking 100,000 of a certain material and converting it into lots of stuff, but it's taken you the whole day to do it on one account, which means your gold per... You then start considering crafting on a gold per hour basis, which in essence is farming in disguise at that point. Like, a lot of crafting historically was good because you could level something up, you could create a bunch of stuff relatively quickly and then set it off to go, put it on the auction house, let it go. The game's very different now. Very, very different now. Right, I don't think Thwack's spawning, is he? We might just have to call it a day on trying to find Thwack on this account. Which is why you see me talk a lot about goal making, and I could probably quote to you nearly any of the knowledge points and stuff. I think I'm still very, very knowledgeable about how it all works, realistically. But the amount of time I actually dedicate to the processing and actually doing is why my goal total isn't really going up particularly fast anymore. Because it's far too quick and far too easy to basically look at crafting and say, oh, crafting using thaumaturgy is 20,000 gold an hour. And it's like, well, that's not why I got into crafting in the first place. I got into crafting because I could put some effort in up front, do a small amount of stuff, put it on the auction house, come back the next day and take a profit out of it. The added value isn't really there as much anymore, which is a shame. What is this dance party going on in here? What's going on here? I realise there's a flipping disco going on in front of me. Somebody's milkshake has brought all the goblins to the yard. Fair play. Look at you go. That'd be me. You found me. I've been exposed. Right, well, boys and girls, before we end up too deep in a TED talk, I'm going to go get me some food. Thank you all for joining today. It is Wednesday. There is often the possibility that I throw the stream up again in the evening on a Wednesday. We'll see what's going on. The likelihood for me is that the next few days is going to be pretty much this. Oh no, actually that's a big fat stinky lie, isn't it? I've just realized tomorrow I'm not even here. It's the 1st of May tomorrow. Vappu is a reasonably big deal in Finland. It's a day off. We're busy tomorrow. I've got stuff doing, so there's absolutely no stream tomorrow. But I guess that in some regards does mean there's probably a slightly better chance for a stream this evening. We'll see. Maybe a bit of 2 Point Museum this evening, possibly. We could look at something like that. We'll see. But either way, thank you very much for sticking by today. Have yourselves a wonderful reset day. Best of luck, whatever it is you're doing. Go out, do some dancing, enjoy the party, whatever. And if I don't see you later, I'll catch you all on Friday. Have a good one, boys and girls. Peace.